Hola, hola, muy buenas tardes. ¿Cómo andan?
Good morning. How are you today? Okay, let's see. I can't hear you. I'm not Steffi Journey. I will be the anchor of this event for the time being. I just want you to make yourself comfortable. Just know that there are some free spaces here because we are going to spend a wonderful event with many panels and speakers to gain a lot of experience and knowledge. Thank you for making your time to be here today, and in a couple of minutes we will get started.
Antes de que arranquemos, quería pedirles por favor si...
So before we get started, I would like to ask you to please silence your mobiles so that they do not disrupt the presentations, the panels, and the conversations. Thank you.
Ahora sí, sean muy bienvenidos.
Now, yes, welcome to NomadsBA Conference. We're really happy to be meeting you all here with this event organized by the government of the city of Buenos Aires. First of all, let's give us an applause for all of you here. I see some free chairs back and up. Again, I repeat, please mute your phone so that we can experience these mega events that brings together digital nomads and remote workers so that we can understand what this phenomenon is. I would like to know, is anybody here a digital nomad or would you like to be one? Yeah, I see your hands raised. Very well. Then we would like to hear about those experiences, how you are going through this. But before, we will be hearing to some experts talk in different panels on these significant topics. And this is a phenomenon that happens increasingly more. We love people daring live experiences outside and people from outside coming to Buenos Aires and enjoying everything Buenos Aires has to offer. So let us get started with Fernando Strafaz, General Secretary and International Relations Secretary of the City of Buenos Aires. How are you doing? Thank you very much for being here. I was talking. This is the third edition. First at the Usina, then in Planetarium. This is in the center, and the Planetarium is in the north. And that feature of a diversified city that offer of entertainment and culture is one of the things that has brought us together. I would like to greet all digital nomads present here. To us, it is a source of pride for you to have chosen Buenos Aires as a city to study, live, and work. Also, we want to recognize the authorities, representatives from the private sector, also different provinces and cities in our country that have joined us today. 26 years ago, in 1997, Makimoto and David Manes published the book Digital Nomads, where they anticipated that technological possibilities combined with the willingness to travel, resulting in a new generation on the move, as they call it back then. And that has become a reality today. Digital nomadism grew exponentially after the pandemic, and it changed the way we work. In 2022, almost 17 million Americans identified themselves as digital nomads, 131% more than in 2019. And we saw that experience happen in Buenos Aires. When we were going through the pandemic and willing to go out and take revenge, and that is why we put up Back to BA back then. At the time, we responsibly set out to bring 22,000 digital nomads for the following year. In 2022 only, we welcomed more than 60,000 nomads, and we expect to surpass that figure enormously. Fortunately, there are more digital nomads in every province in our country, especially those cities which are target cities for international tourism. It is a fact that the main cities across the world compete against each other to attract these visitors as much as they compete to attract international students and visitors. And a city or province that attracts digital nomads does not only attract a longer-term tourist, someone who spends more, whatever currency it is. It is attracting talent, and it is a competition in which the largest cities and the destination compete, because nomads try to find a balance between tourism and their own experience. And it is a great opportunity for Argentina, because we have here in Buenos Aires international level city. This is a destination to study, visit, work, and travel. And this is not only owing to its own specific features, but also owing to the work of many years to boost those features that were there at the starting point. 3 years ago, we started leading the most livable cities ranking of The Economist. The standard of living is one of the features for digital nomads. And these are visitors who are after the experience of Buenos Aires, not only a physical destination, a way of living, the way we live in Buenos Aires. Also, The Economist ranked us as the safest city in the region. And it is one of the best destinations at the world level for remote workers, and we are the destination that grew the most in that ranking after Singapore. According to the ITB, 1 billion remote workers are expected by 2035. So in this case, Buenos Aires has decided to get involved and to come up with different proposals linked to those benefits. That is why from the Digital Nomads BA program, we work together with a number of sectors to offer a unique experience to those who choose Buenos Aires. We work with temporary accommodation, universities, and co-working spaces with convenient rates. We have implemented a number of benefits, like the Welcome Kit, which is Buenos Aires' own brand that allows for the settlement of the newcomers and discounts in restaurants and bars. And last year, in an action we are proud of and we fostered ourselves, Argentina has a special visa for nomads. Oftentimes, when somebody decides to settle for a long time, they need a residence document to have access to leases or all the relevant things. That is why this conference, in its 3rd edition, is so important to us, because the nomad phenomenon is something that replicates by word of mouth. Tourism and knowledge are the 2 main drivers of growth in Argentina, and they attract visitors and talent. Also currency, they create employment, and they produce a multiplying effect in meals, transportation, and with the nomad experience that is even brought to the power. And today we will see many examples of that. That is why this policy to promote digital nomads goes beyond the city of Buenos Aires and goes to the whole extent of the country. Brands themselves, like or provinces, Patagonia, which is a region, Corrientes, and all the 5 provinces are examples of the marvelous things we have. Welcome once again. I hope our city and country offer you a unique experience that you choose once and again. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure with this debut. And now we will get into this panel because we are going to listen to the panelists talk about the benefits cities get from welcoming digital nomads and also what benefits there are for the digital nomads. This panel is called Public Initiative and Experiences to Attract Talent. Alejo Guevara, International Relations Director for the City of Buenos Aires. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, all of you present here for this panel. I would like to make a very brief introduction just to give you an idea of what you are going to experience right now. When we got hold of the program last September, we thought maybe let us give it another turn of the screw in terms of digital nomads. And doing that work, for which many people from the private sector, many digital nomads, companies, organizations, universities cooperated, because of course we cannot do this work alone. But there are many people to thank for their time, their knowledge, so that we could finally give it another term. And this is not only thinking about digital nomads, but in something larger, that is remote working. Remote working started before the pandemics, but I think it got deeper after that. Fernando said that we expect 1 billion positions linked to remote work for 2035, and that has resulted in 360 turn. How we, in terms of how we relate to communication, education, health, as well as many other aspects of our lives. So the idea behind this panel is to take a look at what we do from local governments, what challenges and opportunities there are for local public policies, and how we from local public policy can we help those people who displace themselves with the excuse to be able to work from anywhere in the world, relate to the local ecosystem, to promote and to create local and national development. Well, in a nutshell, this is what this panel will be about. This will be a conversation. That is, we will be asking questions to the participants. Each will be given 5 minutes to answer, and then we move to the next panelist. So as not to take any more of the time and to give it the official opening, I would like to introduce Dave Stewart, our local, Ben Stewart. He's the executive director of Pixar Remote, one of the founders of Tulsa Remote. Tulsa is a city in Oklahoma in the U.S. which became very popular for attracting remote workers to its city. So, I give you him. And because we need to honor and to practice what we preach, which is remote work, we'll be having experts from different parts of the world, remote. First of all, Gonzalo Hall, CEO of NomadsX, one of the largest nomad communities in the world, with physical headquarters in Portugal, Cape Verde, and Brazil. He has launched the Future of Remote Work Portugal and others to help the movement be understood. Digital Nomad Village is the most popular project that takes place in the Isle of Madeira, creating a community of digital nomads and deep human connections. Gonzalo, are you there? Yes, good afternoon, good morning. I am very happy to be here with you. Thank you very much, Gonzalo. Let me introduce Nacho Rodriguez to you, founder of Free People, a company specializing in design and ecosystems for remote workers. He cooperates with international institutions to help different destinations benefit from the opportunities resulting from work positions transformation. Thank you very much for this invitation, for this initiative, and for having the possibility to share this time with you. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce Isabel Fiedeiro Albinta, who is the Director of Employment, Entrepreneurship, and Companies of Lisboa. Over the last 25 years, she has been deeply engaged in the municipality of Lisbon, where she has communicated and worked in projects relating to public policy planning and project management. And I would like to stop here because I had the pleasure of meeting her and getting to know all the work they are doing in Lisbon to attract digital nomads. Lisbon is the mecca for digital nomads. Thank you for being here and welcome. Thank you, Mauro. Thank you, all of you, for this invitation, and let's get down to it. And finally, I would like to introduce you, a local colleague, in Valdi, who is in charge of Invest Cordoba. She coordinates the development team of digital nomads in Cordoba Acelera. She has a master's in international relations with a major in journalism of international affairs in Madrid. Muriel, you have the floor. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. It is an honor to be surrounded by people with such a long track record in this path we have chosen to take. And let me take this time to thank you publicly for having opened up the doors to us from Buenos Aires to cooperate and think together the paths ahead. Thank you, Muriel, for being there. And now, let us take a seat so that we can chill out. And the first question is for Nacho Rodriguez. Okay, let me make a technical clarification here. Each participant will have 5 minutes to answer. I will play the bad cop here. I will interrupt you in case it's necessary, but I am warning you, and the one who warns does not betray. So, Nacho, first question for you about digital nomadism. When and how does this remote work mode appears, and how does this influence the birth of digital nomads, and when was it that cities started detecting this phenomenon? Well, in hindsight, we need to clarify that the possibility of working started in the 70s, when the telecommunication network started to be developed. Those were the early days of telework or remote working. Also, with the emergence of internet, when it became more accessible, because in the very beginning it was only accessible to some companies, so let us say in the 90s. But in my opinion, the momentum really happened in 2007. We need to mention something, because there is the Bible of the digital nomads. For our work weeks, the book is the point of reference, creating that culture, working less and enjoying more. But the landmark started in 2010. So in 2010, a number of social transformations started to coexist. The gig economy, that freelancing trend gets attraction. This is no longer the idea of working one's whole life at a company, which was kind of default since the Industrial Revolution, but the freedom to work for different companies and thanks to technology, doing it remotely as well. In parallel, in what we call corporate America, the fact that work can be done remotely is accepted, that you can have service suppliers. I know many Americans who founded their companies at the early 2000s, which at the beginning had to hide the fact that they did not have a physical presence because you had to have what you would call a headquarters so as to be serious. That was kind of a legacy. And also some other movements, such as the co-working spaces industry, started to appear, which is really significant for this movement. Around 2010, WeWork started to create that huge network of co-working spaces that came hand in hand with the flexibilization of the workspace. Chiang Mai in Thailand became the mecca for digital nomads because it allowed many of these freelancers, part of this G economy, work remotely, tapping into the advantages provided by such a low cost of living, and also with such landscape, almost paradise. It was a very interesting lifestyle. So the following landmark from there is the Nomads list, which starts referencing cities across the world where workers choose to work remotely. It creates a dynamic ranking of the cities. That culture starts to be born, and starting in 2015, being a digital nomad is actually cool. And why is that? Because there are events, conferences internationally. One of them, Digital Nomad Festival, TNX, in 2015. In October 2015, the first Nomad cruise, which was a cruiser for digital nomads, the first left from here, Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands. We started in December 2016 with Nomad City, Gran Canaria. And so this whole dynamic started that make the digital nomads movement grow. And in parallel, there are companies like Automatic, which even if it was founded in 2006, it started proving that even at the corporate level, it was possible to have a fully distributed network of employees. Back then they had 1,000, by now they have 2,000. And that creates attention. This is like a background of remote working and the movement of digital nomads. Obviously, there's another landmark, which is a pandemic, which at the global level, everybody is forced to work remotely, not only private companies, but also public institutions, and there is the whole concept and knowledge of remote working.
Thank you, Nacho. Thank you. So 2015 is the game changer. That is to say, prior to the pandemic, as a result of the technological development. And this is very interesting. So we can say that in 2015, there is a new international visitor called Digital Nomads. Gonzalo, what is the lifestyle of a digital nomad? The global trends in terms of mobility of these digital nomads, and which cities today are welcoming more digital nomads? First, let me clarify that I speak the Portuñol. So my Spanish is not perfect. So Digital nomads means that people work from one destination to another approximately every 2 or 3 months. But as I am a government official, in my opinion, if a worker spends more than 6 months, well, he becomes an immigrant worker that must comply with different rules. So the digital nomad should stay in a city less than 6 months in order to be recognized as such. But we can have this type of funnel. Digital nomads can become residents and spend longer when we want to increase our population, but that depends on the needs of on a case-by-case basis. But basically, the idea is to look for a better lifestyle. 6 years ago, this started in Bali, and I wanted to work with other people in very beautiful destinations. I wanted to have the contact with different cultures. I'm from Lisbon, but I was very curious about this possibility of working all over the world. And that was not something typical for us. When we talk about trends, digital nomads move as communities, not as destinations. But when we talk about destinations, or Madeira, Portugal, I work in a small village with Ponta do Sol, for example. And this village has 30,000 inhabitants, so small destinations in Europe, but we prefer these small villages rather than a country, because the concept of a country is changing. We don't want to go to Portugal or Lisbon. So that is traveling between communities. That is what we want. We need to have, of course, good quality of life and co-working spaces, which are very, very important. But the community is the most important aspect. Lisbon, we will see what happens, because for the time being it is a major destination. But Mexico City, for example, in Mexico, Bali, with Chiang Mai and Bangkok, Thailand are, well, separated apart, but we need something that is very impactful in South America. Colombia used to play a key role in this community, and now Buenos Aires is coming up with good working possibilities, and today it is the greatest hub in South America. What we are trying to do in Madeira is to work with the community to have a local impact. The most frequent question of Madeira nomads: how can I meet local people and how can I help them? And we are talking about big cities. But I work, for example, with Cabo Verde, that needs a lot of help. So we have nomads teaching to programming in different schools, or holding parties for different schools, because there were no organizers in Cabo Verde for this. So increasingly more, the destinations and the people responsible for these destinations should become facilitators, so that the nomads can have a positive local impact. And that was something missing in European settings, in many, this bridge between nomads and the locals, and we need to work that relationship better. We are doing a lot of, putting a lot of effort on that, but as a community we need to enhance our work. Thank you, Gonzalo. I think that that is one of the key challenges, how we can engage international visitors with the local fabric, with the local communities. Perhaps for smaller cities or villages, the results or the impacts can be appreciated sooner, but for mass cities, capital cities, larger cities, the challenge is even greater. And let me go now to Isabel. Why cities decide to consider this phenomenon? Why Lisbon is engaged in this? Do you identify positive or negative impacts in attracting these type of visitors?
I think is much worse than Gonçalo. I think it was very intense. So Spanish is not good. It was fantastic for me. So I will not even try. I'll try English. My English is not excellent either. But anyway, I think it's more easy for everyone if I start in English. So. In Lisbon, we started, as strange as it may seem, before the pandemic. It was in January 2020, just a few months before the old quarantine and the COVID crisis, that we started working on remote work in trying to understand what were these fluxes of people and what did they need from us as a city and what we could provide them as a city and how we could manage the needs and the constraints. So it was a pilot developed with the remote. I think June will also be present in this conference, I'm not sure. And it was the first step, and then COVID happened. And as you said, everything changed. And remote suddenly was something that a lot of more and more people realized that it was an option, and it was everything started happening at a faster pace. So I think the challenge is this balance between the positive and the bad challenges, the challenges that can affect and the bad effects, sort of saying. Of course, there is opportunity for economic growth. Digital nomads contribute as tourists, as more sustainable tourists to the economy of the city. They go to restaurants, they rent apartments, they they have their leisure activities. Also, there's a dimension of innovation and talent. Digital nomads usually bring a diverse set of skills, and that turns the city more rich. They bring knowledge from every part of the world, and this, of course, boosts creativity and diversity. Also, there's a cultural exchange opportunity in interacting with, nomads does make the city richer in the terms of cultural diversity, global mindsets, and cosmopolitan sense of Lisbon, of the cities. And there's a reputation I can deny. Lisbon is famous for the amenities, but also for everything we can offer to digital nomads. And I couldn't agree more with Gonçalo. The community is very important. Everyone, Mauro, when you were here in Lisbon, that was one of the main points of our conversations. And the community also always appeared as one of the strongest key factors for digital nomads to choose a city and for Lisbon to be chosen as it does foster a strong community. But then there are the negative impacts also. So and we have to take all this into consideration. It's not difficult to understand the increased living costs, the influx of digital nomads may drive and do drive up the housing prices, the cost of living, at least in some parts of the city. There's an all new planning, urban planning to do. A sudden increase in the number of visitors means a different infrastructure, including transportation, mobility issues, waste management, and public services. There's the gentrification shadow hanging over the cities that do have a lot of digital nomads, and of course, digital nomads are not the only responsible, but the fact is that the tourism and digital nomadism do pose challenges in the living of the certain areas of the city, including the housing costs I was talking about, and that may sometimes bring some social tensions. The income is not equalized, of course. That's life. But even so, it's a possible negative impact that it is a challenge we have to consider, and although it's interesting for the city to have all this diversity and this booming ecosystem and people making and doing and exchanging a lot of ideas, we cannot be dependable, economically dependable on this as an economic cluster. So it has a lot of challenges, positive, negative impacts. I think the most important challenge is to balance all these pros and cons, and try to get a win-win situation where digital nomads are welcome and they have a good experience in the city, and the city can give something back and take something back, something like parts of their knowledge, a community that can be more rich, with more diverse people and ideas and things happening at the same time.
Muchas gracias, Isabel.
Thank you, Isabel. Quite clear, it's a main challenge, particularly for mass tourist destinations. The influx of many people in Lisbon, for example, there was an issue as a result of the increase of the rent prices, particularly certain areas of the city. Also, it has an impact on urban planning, on transportation, mobility, but as Isabel mentioned, it is an opportunity as a result of the economic contribution made by the cosmopolitan visitors. That helps increase the reputation of the city at the same time, and that opens up new opportunities for local development. And now I would like to turn to Uriel. Uriel, Muriel, are there these type of strategies? Do they exist in the city of Cordoba? Kind of closer to Buenos Aires at least. Hello. Yes. First of all, let's see the new role of all the cities around the world, because in the past, the countries were the key players in the international map. But more and more, the cities are gaining relevance as key actors in the international stage. When we talk about Paris, Berlin, Buenos Aires, Lisbon, Burdeos, Barcelona, they have their own weight as actors, and it's important to showcase them to the world with the comparative or competitive advantages that each of these cities have, and that is what we want to do, at least from Cordoba. So we need to consider ourselves as actors and see how we complement each other and the opportunities that we have as a country and as a region to leverage the role of the cities, because Buenos Aires or Mendoza may offer something different from what Cordoba may offer, and it's about the experience, and which may be very enriching, bringing the provinces together to show the diversity that we can deliver as an experience for the digital nomads spending a couple of months in our cities. We are thinking or planning this project from a different point of view, and I think that I would like to share this because it may be very innovative. We have queries from different parts of the world. It is a little bit disruptive. We are talking about state policies. I am part of an entity called Cordoba Acelera, which is a private-public endeavor, and we hope that this goes beyond the incoming administration. It is a state-owned company on the one hand, and it has a private board of directors, which is closely related to the service industry and knowledge industry. So they understand the coming world, the future world. As part of Cordoba Acelera, we have different programs that coexist and are synergetic. We have a clustered initiative focused on our strength, which is the knowledge cluster, or and here the university plays a key role. Cordoba La Docta is known, our province, one of the first universities in Latin America. We have another project with 100 Cordoba people that are in the diaspora. Then we have an investment cluster similar to the one in the city of Buenos Aires, and the core lab that brings together technological entrepreneurs, because the province of Cordoba has a very vibrant ecosystem, IT system, and they coexist because the different topics are intertwined. And we were lacking, or the need was actually a program to see how the city could welcome the digital nomads. And we have different initiatives underway, and the private participants in this PPP, in this private-public partnership, are helping us a lot. And the panel, for example, the need of digital nomads to try to connect very quickly with the city in which the nomad is staying, and to build a relationship with the locals. And that is part of the wealth of this program. Digital nomads should be able to connect with the locals in that city, and maybe that in the future they become ambassadors of the city in their own country, thus turning the city into an entry gate and sharing their experience in their own country. So one of the initiatives that we have...
Well, jumping into this pandemic phenomenon, many office buildings were empty because workers would like to work remotely increasingly more, and so we find these magnificent office spaces that are empty. So we matched there two solutions in one. We are, for example, offering digital nomads the possibility to take part of already put up work team. So instead of working at a co-working space, they can work within the offices of a private company. So in this way, they get fastly involved in already set up ecosystem, and we are thinking about it as a cultural exchange, but not only that, also a professional exchange. Thank you very much, Muriel. I will bring your last comment because time is running up. But it is important to play this articulation role, the ecosystem of universities, entrepreneurs, local governments, and the role of the local government as the one who articulates everything and makes possible things that do not happen on their own. So really interesting in this sense. And now I will ask Ben from Tulsa, are there any strategies to attract remote workers? Please tell us about Tulsa Remote. Is my mic working? Yeah, okay. This is a huge opportunity for me being here in Buenos Aires. 20 years ago, I lived here and I was almost a digital nomad before my time, because I lived here for a year and I loved that opportunity. But right now, I am thinking about this opportunity to describe Tulsa to you, because I guess most of you know nothing about it, but we are going to change that fact right now. So, our program, which is noted as $10,000 program, maybe you have seen an article on Clarín about our program some years ago, stating that this is remote capital because of the density of migrants. Before, most Americans did not think about our community, and right now, almost 3,000 people have moved to our city with their families because of their employment in technology, accounting firms, etc. And please excuse me because I need to practice my Spanish, so it's kind of rusty, but please bear with me. But also, with our program, one of the major differences we have is the challenge to relocate people to our city to attend the program. You need to relocate with an apartment, and you need to buy it or to lease it at least for a year. After a year, most people stay. 90% stay after the year, and after 2019, during the first year of the program, we still have 80% of the people there. So it is very interesting to see the community growing of digital nomads in our city, because our community is growing. The strategies we had consisted in having co-working space, and we hold many events during the week, over the weekend, to see our community of people, and organizing mixers with the Tulsa born people or native people from Tulsa, having people working remotely and mix them with people occupying traditional positions, and we believe that this mix is a significant part of our strategy. We also performed a study with the Harvard Business School that has found that per dollar our founders invested in the program, the economy of our city is going to grow 13 times. So in order to have this impact of paying for taxes, fuel, everyday stuff, that is important. The story of our city is that 50 years ago, we were the oil capital of the country, before Houston actually. And after 1980, our population did not grow. And you know that the most important thing for a city is to grow. You urban people, urban planners know it. And that was planned during the fall of 2018, that is 2 years before the pandemic. And so we can see the impact of this pandemic with all the people who moved and relocated. We can see that it is growing, that it is a very good city to live and to communicate other people that remote work is possible. I found this example extremely interesting, seeing how an intermediate level city redefining and rediscovering itself. So to see how through remote work these opportunities arise to attract talent to the city, and this results in consumption related expenses, and also have it measured conveys a positive message in connection with addressing this phenomenon, which is remote work, and how remote work makes it possible to us to think about a new international movement of people. Because basically we feel that we are attracting highly educated people trained in knowledge companies, which are the employment of the present/future already. And I find it important to stress these initiatives from the public sector because, just like Gonzalo said, that digital nomads, remote workers operate in communities, sometimes that link to local society is simply missing. So how can we from the public sector create those opportunities to foster local development and national development as well? So I will keep this question on the how. How can we do it before moving on to the next round of questions? And Ben, so coming back to you, I would like to ask you, how does this phenomenon appear in local cities? For example, taking Tulsa as an example. Part of our history was owing to luck. We did something that was important to us, but the pandemic was something almost nobody could predict. But 18 for 18 months, we saw people moving to our city, made us decide to focus more and to find this opportunity to have a partnership with the state of Oklahoma so that we could get funds, because of the success of the program, that is, if people stay in our state more than 30 months, it is the state who pays for this benefit. This is something else we are doing and we are paying attention to the number of people who have come and who want to be entrepreneurs. 4 out of 10 in our program, out of 10 in our program, argue that they would like to have their own business. So, having this energy in Tulsa, this drive to start their business, is really amazing. Having all these people willing to grow and to develop their businesses in our city is something that at the beginning was not thinkable to us, but now it is great. Yes, and again, I'm keeping the last comment, the last thing you mentioned, to highlight and come back to what Isabel was just saying. How this perspective launch yourself and positioning yourself as a host or city for these hubs or entrepreneurs have to do with the positioning of the city. And now, Isabel, I come back to you so that I may ask you, you who have been so kind to welcome me in Lisbon, when we think about the possibility of establishing cooperation among governments to facilitate the flow of knowledge, to create possibilities so that remote workers and digital nomads, who at the end of the day are human, can move. What strategies do you believe can be applied?
The power of sharing, of community, networking. So, I don't know, this is a new field for both cities, for all cities, and we'll have to be creative. But why not think of initiatives such as, cross-city events, festivals, joint events, conferences like this one happening at the same time in 2 or 3 cities. Using the network that already exists of shared workspaces and co-works that operate in a lot of different cities and have their own communities moving around, and why not develop a partnership that takes these spaces and these networks in consideration and try to get the best out of each and of each location. People, digital nomads, and the rest of the world, I think, like to move around, depending of liking the winter or the summer. We are just starting summer in Lisbon. I guess there are a lot of people already coming here from Buenos Aires, I'd say. This is an idea, but also platforms or forums, places, virtual places where local governments can share best practices, share the stories, challenges, lessons learned, collaborate and exchange ideas. This approach can help the local governments to develop a strategy or policies in a together way, which is always best than city by city. If we do it, networking and as collectively, the result will be much better, I'm sure. And last but not least, but in developing this idea of platforms and exchange of practices, I think for Lisbon is very, very important to know about and to think and to develop ways and programs that the community can contribute to the places they visit. I guess most of the people who are participating in this conference are digital nomads. And you can many times you are, so they say, very willing to give back by sharing your skills in programs with social impacts, direct social impact in the communities. And that is a way of giving back to local communities. And for me, it's one of the most important opportunities is that our cities can seize this opportunity and reducing any of the negative aspects we were talking about before. So this kind of collaboration, this thinking together about the challenges, this exchange, for me is, I think, one of the best ways we can collaborate as local governments, considering we cannot change the laws, at least not in Portugal. We cannot, give visas or get a tax reduction program, but we can make the best out of digital nomads who are here and make their life easier, and of course getting or leveraging their willingness to give back.
Sin lugar a dudas, Isabel, es un gran desafío.
Thank you, Isabel. Cooperation poses a major challenge when we say talents, we say skills. And here we're talking about cooperation, sharing good practices, exchanging information in the different community spaces. Because phenomena and challenges we are facing, like the ones Isabel mentioned, are shared by a number of cities. This is not something that happens in Buenos Aires only or in Lisbon only. It happens in tourist cities. So through good practices exchanges, through discussing what happens, I believe we can help mitigate these negative impacts and intensify the positive ones. Nacho, I have a question for you. Also in connection with the design and implementation of public policies, how do you envision fostering competitiveness and production-related policies in the city through the arrival of digital nomads?
I'm going to try to be very brief. It's very important that the cities must understand the past to understand the transformation in which we are immersed, and then define the future strategies. If we look backwards, cities were developed during the Industrial Revolution. They were manufacturing sites and then financial centers. And the cities were focused on attracting cities for attracting investment, generating employment, and have an economic impact. But some of the cities, not tourist cities, for example, did not pay attention to the fact that the cities should be attractive and provide good quality of life. Well, we know globalization, the pandemic, and other things have changed the rules of the game. So if we talk about the teleworking area starting back during the pandemic, the city strategies should accommodate to this new reality. And instead of attracting companies, they should be attracting talent. Why? Because talent, which is the knowledge economy, at the end of the day, improves the services industry and the different companies. I remember that I read an article when Tulsa was competing with Austin to bring Tesla, and they were comparing David and Goliath, and thanks to attracting to the talent attraction policy, they succeeding. So we need to be aware of this transformation that crosses tourism attraction, employment, education, digitalization, investment attraction, because this transformation has an impact to all our social fabric. And to develop this strategy, and Gonzalo was underscoring something very important. The digital nomads work in community, so the different nomads that are constantly moving. Today they are in Buenos Aires, tomorrow in Tulsa, next in Canary Islands. So they move among different cities, and the cities should cooperate among each other. So in a nutshell, this is what I would like to share as an answer. Thank you, Nacho, and absolutely, cooperation is key and a twist that we want to consider in order to have a win-win out of this new phenomenon that crisscrosses everything. Digitalization has changed our life. Muriel, what are the challenges for the local production fabric in the province of Cordoba? I think that it represents more opportunities than challenges. It is a market that has huge potential in Cordoba. There are a lot of endeavors and micro endeavors that attract digital nomads that are not fully developed in Cordoba. So we believe that is a huge opportunity. Implementing a digital nomad program in Cordoba will be very impactful. Today in Cordoba we have many digital nomads, but for the time being we have not put together a program that would welcome all of them. And it's kind of weird, because if we compare it with another phenomenon in Cordoba, which is very traditional, because Cordoba has always been a university city. It has always welcomed young people and talent under construction, if we can say it somehow. It's one of the few cities, not only in Argentina, but in Latin America. Many people would come to Cordoba to study, and it is kind of similar to this phenomenon, but adjusting it to the current phenomena. So there are many endeavors that can potentially be developed, or many other opportunities. For example, one of the things that we are currently analyzing under this program is this possibility of inserting digital nomads in companies that are local companies, or that are organizations that have local funding, and to crisscross different type of trainings or education. Or the artistic community, that they have been nomads for many years, even before the traditional or mainstream digital nomads. And they are also digital nomads because somehow the artists use digital tools, and they have the possibility of feeling the beauty of the places that they visit and the places where they go. And we want to bring them on board as digital nomads. For example, digital nomad artists working in a software developing company, bring them together in a single place, and being able to exchange different perceptions or views of the world. And we've seen that this model works very well in the Media Lab, that has some experiences of crossing cultures and experiences, and all the disruption and all that innovation at the end of the day enhances the production system or productive system of our cities. So, Muriel, thank you very much, because sometimes when we think about digital nomads, we think in IT-related sectors or digital marketing, but if we go or look beyond, actually digitalization crisscrosses everything and all aspects of life. And as you said, artists moving in communities and how they interact with the local community. So this is a new phenomenon. So one of the findings is that we are faced with a new phenomenon, and that is a huge opportunity. Gonzalo, last question, wrapping up question for the panel. When we talk about digital nomads, what are the loyalty mechanisms that we can, or that a city can use for digital nomads to remain in contact with the local community after their stay? Well, the remembrance, the recollection of all the places that I have are the recollections of all the cities. But the social and economic impact is amazing, and that is the most important thing. Everywhere in the world, this is very organic, but the community or the community movement is very important. We can attract startups, change the image of a city. Or in Madera, Puerto del Sol, for example, it was a forgotten city, and Puerto del Sol is being used as the brand name for the company. Even EasyJet has helped change the cosmetic of the city. And then the community, Madeira France, are the people, or the most important people, and they build the bridge between immigrants, digital nomads, and the locals. And this is very important. We have 600 events a week in Madeira for the integration of these three communities. If we don't bring these three communities together, the projects are doomed to fail. And in Lisbon, for example, we have this led by the private sector. In Madeira, it's led by the public sector. But if we don't have the three communities, we will never succeed. And we will never have recollections. So we have to be very clear about this idea of community. Madeira and water resources, animal resources, schools working remotely in Madeira, and we have very powerful community managers that are developing experiences, and we want to bring this connection between digital nomads and locals. The music in Madeira is a place we call home for nomads that move every month from one city to city, that are meeting people every time. And music that makes us feel at home, well, it's the best of all things. And then we will be sharing this with the whole community, this word of mouth marketing, and we will remember the destination. And if we pass on that to the community, and we will make them loyal forever. And so my takeaway, the last thing that you mentioned, how we can generate these bonds or ties, keep in touch, and for that international visitor to be part of the society and part of the country, because it's through the experiences, through the friends, he will be able to remember these stories. And that ends up in bringing up opportunities for new endeavors or businesses, and that attracts businesses. And they start as an idea in a specific place or location, and at the end of the day, they attract talent. And to wrap up with this panel, we wanted to just understand the surface of remote work that has changed our life, the way we move around the world, the way we relate, particularly from a working point of view. And this gives us the freedom to work whatever we want. And from a public policy point of view, the challenge is to make the best use of this moving talent and to tap into this talent for the development of the local community and the country. And if we succeed in cooperating among local or national governments, and we will be able to achieve this goal. Thank you very much. And now we move to the next panel.
Muchas gracias, súper interesante.
Thank you very much. Very, very, very interesting. But now, let's do an icebreaker. Are you ready for to stand up? Are you ready to stand up and make a little bit of movement? I don't know if you received these signs, right? Or this card. If somebody still needs a card, just let us know. Because now we are going to play a little bit, an icebreaker. And because the idea is to do some networking, to continue growing and developing this community. And now let's get ready for the next speaker. Federico Inzagria, a genius. Thank you, Steffi. Thank you for this round of applause. My God, they introduce myself, they tell you that you will be moved, energy specialist oh my God, I don't want to move, I just want to relax. But friends, I'm very happy to share with you this experience, to have you all here. And we are here, everything is getting more and more interesting. The growth of digital nomads. But basically, the idea here is to build bonds. This idea of generating relationships. This is just the theory, the foundation of why this is interesting and why this is cool. But now let's try to use the credential card. Can you raise your hands and show me your ID credential? If you don't have it, we have some girls that can hand it out. And there are 3 triggers. There is a word tied to digital nomadism. In my case, the one is remote working. What about co-working? Any other related words? Yeah, you will have 3, 4 different words. And then the picture of the city of Buenos Aires. Must go place for a nomad that will upload it in his or her social media. And then a celebrity of Argentina. And then let's try to find the participant that has the same or identical card. Who has the mouth, for example? Perdón, who has La Boca or the Cologne Opera House? Or when you find your partner, just have your mobile phone handy because you will have his contact information. What do you do? And, well, I do this. Okay, why don't you follow my website? Do you have a social media? Yeah, just build or generate ties, contact, bonds. My dear friends, just move a little bit around the room and just come to the front, and it's just 2-minute talk. And the first challenge of this, that is the attitude. I am so happy to see you. You are ready to play. Okay, let's first find somebody that has the identical tourist location, the Opera House or the Boca District. Okay, now let's see who is the group that gets closer the fastest. La Boca. La Boca, La Boca. What about here? What about here? Planetarium. Lautaro, the photographer. He'll keep a record of all you coming together to your group. What's your group about? The Opera House. The Cologne Opera House. Well, you're taking a little bit longer to get together. What about here, the planetarium? Anybody, any other tourist attraction? The obelisk. Okay, please stop the music. Now, with this group, with the person that is next to you, just start talking and trying to get his contact. Tell him what you do in Buenos Aires and how you associate this to digital nomadism. In 1 minute, establish or do some contacts.
¡Me encantó! ¡Wow! ¡Pasar el contacto! Sí.
I want your contact. May I have your contact? Just tell them what you do, how they can get in contact with you. Many people telling their stories. I love my friends from Venezuela.
Ahí estamos. Atención.
Okay, friends, time to circulate, to mingle, because you are going to meet somebody else. Okay, so music is on and I need to become a location nomad. I need to start working, but music is up. 3, 2, 1, walk, 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 walk. Walk, walk, there, I like it. I'm loving it. Walk, walk, walk.
Cambia de lugar, cambia de lugar.
Here, the ones who have Pope Francis. Yes, here. Go, go, go. Who's here? Who do you have on your card? Borges. Who has Jose Luis Borges, the writer? Here. We get together here on this corner. Who else? Who do you have here? Pope Francis. They are meeting over there. Okay, now we go. Who has Ginobili on their cards? There, I like it. Okay, exchange, get together, new contact. Get to know somebody. There you go. Tell them what you are doing. Tell them what's your initiative. Is there a contact there? Have you exchanged contacts already? I'm loving it. I'm loving it. That's the way. Time is up. Okay, I exchange contact details. How much do we still have? 5 minutes. I want one more. There you go. Check out who's here. Do you speak Spanish? Okay, have you set one contact? Yeah, okay. Were you surprised by the contact? What was it about? From the government of Colonia del Sacramento. Yeah, in Uruguay. Yeah, way to go. Okay, I hear some people will get together for beer and a conversation. What happened just here? I need somebody to tell me one of their contacts. One of the contacts made. Yes, you, come up here. Okay, so who have you just met? Andres. Where is he from? A freelancer from a town in Buenos Aires. And are you a digital nomad? No, I'm an adventure tour guide. Yeah, we love that you get to know each other. Okay, see people exchanging contact details. Loving it. Dear friends, pay attention. We have 3 minutes left. And I need go find a new contact. I cannot say where I am. I cannot. Okay, there in 3, 2, 1. Okay, go get a new contact. Yeah, there we go. Music up. Is anybody alone? Yeah, my friend from Venezuela. There. Okay, she's expecting you there. Okay, remote work, co-working are getting together. Okay, countdown. And we continue. I am loving those who are developing contacts. Mobile phones working at the most. Yes, you come with me. Come to me. There we go. I have Majo who wishes to have one more contact. There, Majo. Brilliant. Okay, before it closes, last minute to establish a contact with somebody else. This is Nomads BA, just loving it.
¿Cuántos contactos tenés?
How many contacts do you have? 1? 5? No, that's a lie. 5? Really? Way to go. Okay, the countdown starts. In 10 seconds, this is it. When the music is off, back to your places. So 10, 9. Okay, last contact. 8, 7, 6. Way to go, Majo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Okay, so please go back to your places real quick. I want to know what contacts have been established between digital nomads, people in this.
Busco el lugar. Dale que esto continúa.
Yeah, this will continue. I think this should last half an hour because people are still on it. Okay, off the stage you go, and I will stay here with you three guys. We invite you to take your places, keep your badges. This must continue, this must go on.
Ahí va. Vení. Señores, cierro con eso.
Okay, I close with this too because this continues. A new panel is coming up. So I invite you to go back to your places. There. Look at this, non-stop. Yeah. Who do I have here? Matthias Emep. Matthias Emep. Okay, and who are you? Alexander. Hello. Where are you from? Bolivia? Very well. Tell me what the exchange has been. Why? What does each of you do? Good afternoon. I am Emmet, a social influencer. I have 15 projects uploaded on my platforms. EMEEP. I recycle air conditioners, water to create infrastructure. I would need people to design the systems, a combination of transportation, of distilled water to create other companies. That would be car washing and water and plant watering. Thank you. And you, Alexander? Okay, so apart from EMEP, have you created other content? Yes, Cynthia. Where is Cynthia? There, briefly. 10 seconds. What do you do here in Buenos Aires? I work in IT. Where? In a general IT company. What do you like the most from Buenos Aires? When you go back to Bolivia, you say the must go place La Boca. Okay, you've got it. You've got this. Okay, Steffi, you're there to introduce what's up. This was just to get moving. There is a new active post in a while, but thank you for this presentation, and let's get some applauses here. This has been so much fun. I loved how you got to meet one another. Let us continue introducing our panel with two heavyweights. One is the creator of the podcast La Gran Renuncia, Roberto Schlesinger, and Bettina Navas, a nomad and creator of contents in Instagram with many followers. So let us give them a round of applause so that they can tell us more about the experience of work traveling.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Hello, how are you doing? Are you activated already? Okay. So we have been talking about digital nomads. I don't know how many people are following this lifestyle. Please raise your hands. Okay, a few people. But for those of you who are not, we're curious to know what these experiences are, and this is what we are going to tell you. We will have 4 panelists, and now we will switch into English. I hope you have fetched your headphones for the interpretation and these 4 people that will be joining us. Thank you.
We're going to start to talk in English. First, we have Sergio Sala, my Mexican fellow. Hi, Sergio. I think I can hear you.
Yeah, I was muted, but I think can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Well, Sergio has been working for 10 years abroad. He has a lot of experience. He started his career as a web designer freelancer in 2013, and then in 2019 he jumped into his YouTube channel to show the city guys working one-on-one with Nomad lists. So say hi to my friend Sergio. And then we have Kristen Wilson. Hi, Kristen.
Hi everyone, hola.
Hola. She's a digital nomad entrepreneur with more than 60 countries in her passport, author of Digital Nomad for Dummies, and host of the top-rated podcast Badass Digital Nomads with 1,000 downloads in 189 countries. That's a lot for you to tell. And let's continue with Dean Kochel. Hi, Dean.
Hey, good evening, friends.
Hi. He's known as the king of digital nomads. He's worked in more than 100 countries over the past 10 years. He's our veteran, and he founded Digital Nomad Israel to empower generations to start choosing this lifestyle of freedom. And well, last but not least, we have Carla Mourinho. Where is it?
Hello everyone.
Hi, Carla. She's a journalist and a question seeker. She collaborates with amazing magazines such as Condé Nast Traveler, Nat Geo, and EO, and she moves seasonally to travel slowly and conscious. So, well, here they are.
Okay, so I will start with Sergio Salas. How are you? Which part of the world are you now?
I'm currently in Rome, La Roma, and as I came here because there was the Nomad cruise. There was this event that happened in Italy, so I ended up staying just a little bit more just to enjoy Italy.
Beautiful. Sergio, how were your beginnings as a digital nomad, and which countries you visited first, and what were the reasons you selected those countries?
Yeah, it was more than 10 years that I started this journey. And it's funny because I started in Spanish at the beginning, because I'm from Mexico, so puedo hablar español, but we're speaking here in English. And actually, like way before I studied architecture, and I lived in Italy 12 years ago. And back in the days, I was also making websites, and one client like paid me well, and I realized that I just needed the laptop to work. So I just dropped architecture completely, and I became a web designer as a freelance back in 2013. We're talking, 10 years ago. It was easier to get clients because there was not many people with these skills. Now it's a bit harder to just be a web designer. But it got me the introduction to this world, and I realized that this is cool. I want to do more of this. I actually started traveling around what was close to me. You know, I'm from Mexico. I'm from the state of Tabasco, or like the sauce for people that they don't know. And somewhere around there, I found a place in Playa del Carmen in Mexico. Well, that's one of my first stops because it was very close to where I was. But also, I started going to different countries. One of my first ones, it was 10 years ago. I was in Lima, Peru, and I did Cusco, Peru too. And it was just like 2-3 hours flight, even less from Mexico. So I always recommend people to start somewhere that they're close by. And that's what I did for a long time. I did also America, United States. I did New York, and I can remember Portland. And then I did Montreal. Anything around that is not that far, because if any case, let's say you don't like this lifestyle, it's easily just take a flight back or whatever option. So that's why I recommend people always start with something that you have close by.
Nice.
Very good. So next questions. We done.
Well, now we are going to go with Carla. And Carla, I have a question for you. When was this aha moment when you realized, okay, I'm a digital nomad? And which one was your biggest challenge that you faced in this nomad path?
Thank you, Bettina. I have asked if I can do it in Spanish because I am aware that I will be probably like the story will be more beautiful. So voy a hacerlo en español.
Okay, so I'm going to do it in Spanish. I started working as a freelancer during the pandemic, like many other people. It was like I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I wanted to do something, but didn't know how. So I started as a freelancer, as public relations journalist, and I had always wanted to travel. And there came a time in which I said, "Okay, I take my laptop and I can do it." But I tried that. As Sergio said it at the beginning, you are a friend, and it's fair to acknowledge it. It's not like you make a decision and you simply don't think about consequences of what you're leaving behind. So my first destination as a nomad was Colombia, so I visited a friend. And back then I lived in Madrid, and I said, I am not going to leave anything, I'm going to test. I spent 1 month in Colombia, went back to Madrid, went to Argentina, back, and I said, I am liking this. And then I, March last year, I started full, and then in Thailand, I got this aha moment, and I said, "This is what I want to do, my life." And my concept of success was the game changer because my mindset changed. You understand, because you link success to flexibility, to freedom, and being where you want to be every time. And this is what enlightened me, so as to put it. And this is where I left my apartment in Madrid. I was renting it. I made the decision. I said, that's it, all for it. And from then, I started traveling 2 months, 3 months to different places. And to me, the biggest challenges were number one, making the decision, leaving routine stabilities behind and links, which I liked. An important thing is I was not running away from anything. I just wanted to live this part of my life. And the thing is, the challenge is how you develop habits, how you establish links with people, how you make the new place feel like home. And normally I work in European times, and it means that I wake up very early in Latin America, like 4 a.m. And in Asia, I work in the afternoon, evening. So the challenge is discipline you need to apply when you live this way to meet your goals, and so that professionally you can grow at the same time as your personal experiences. So I would say that was the point, and now I just go back to Madrid for some weeks, but I'm coming back from Bali, from the Philippines, and I'm saying, wow, I'm living the life I once dreamed. And for example, I'm in Manila, and I tell myself, what am I doing here? I could have never imagined it. And this is so real, how you make decisions towards that end with all the relevant consequences. And I love to hear my colleagues in the panel to learn from their experiences. Sometimes it is true that it's lonely as a journey, but you are accompanied, so it's a mix of emotions. Thank you.
So sometimes it's hard, but the reward is, well, unlimited.
We'll give it to Dean Kushel. Hi, Dean. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing amazing, especially watching your energy there in the room. I wish I could be there.
Where are you now?
I think I'm in Lithuania, about 13,000 kilometers from you.
Wow. But be careful, you're too close to Russia now.
I'm not worried about anything. I live in world peace.
Dean, you are a very experienced digital nomad, as you have traveled more than 100 countries. what will you say is the way to become a digital nomad, and what advice will you give to the people that are thinking to change their way of life and having at this moment present job and want to be a remote or digital nomad?
Well, the best advice and the short answer is do it. I can definitely recommend after 10 years living this lifestyle. But to be more practical, I think that if you want to become a digital nomad, anyone wants to become a digital nomad, is to not think about being a digital nomad, but more focus on the remote work, because it's the career, it's the business, it's the job that we have and how we practice it that allows us to choose the lifestyle, right? Being a digital nomad is a lifestyle. It just means we're free to work from anywhere we want, and it looks different for each and every person. So I would advise people, put the digital nomad dream on the side and focus on your profession. Focus on being the best at what you do. To find a remote job, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's possible, and it's easier than any other time in the history. There are job boards for this. There are plenty of jobs out there. Right now, there are more candidates than jobs, so it's not the easiest. But if you don't try, if you don't put the effort into your resume or job search, this will not come to you. If you already hold to a job and it's an office job, right? Have the conversation with your managers, with direct managers, with decision makers. Tell them you want not to be digital nomad, because no one wants to employ someone who just travel. People want to have happy employees. And if you rationalize this conversation, if you can explain your managers why you want to work remote. For me, working remote is not about hiking mountains and diving oceans. It's really about sitting in an environment I like, being in Buenos Aires, having the music I like, the food I like, the culture I like around me, and I wake up inspired to work, to perform the best. This is what it is about. Obviously, there are the perk of traveling as well, but this is how I make sense to it to companies I've been working with, right? You need to build trust. It's not about, hey guys, I decided to travel the world and I'm leaving the office and bye, but it's more, let me show you how I can work remote and be responsible and be dedicated. There's always, not always, but often I see people think that if they go and work remote, they don't need to be as good as communicator or as good as a team player before, because we're not in the office, but it's actually the opposite. We need to be extra communicators and super team players to compensate for the distance. So a lot of what makes a digital nomad is the soft skills, is understanding that you don't need to be a good, just a good software developer or amazing video creator, but you also need to have the skills, the soft skills to do such work. And what we see in recent years is there is a crazy growth in people going freelance, starting their own businesses. I started 2014. Back then, if anyone wanted to be a digital nomad, your only option was to be a software developer or a software engineer. This is not the reality now. I travel the world. I meet people being content writer and video editors and teachers and artists. And I met someone doing astrology, traveling the world. So with technology, it's now possible to take so many jobs and move them online and do them from anywhere. So look around you, follow your passion, follow things you like, because doing what you love will promise you longevity in your journey, whether it's at home or traveling around the world. See what other people do, learn from them. I think the word community has been thrown away here a million times this evening, and it's key for this. So the opportunities to start your own business is insane now. You don't need a big amount of money to start a business, an online shop or a landing page for your business. If you're a teacher, see what other teachers do, see what tools they use, see where they promote themselves, what platforms are. When you guys speak Spanish, as many people speak Spanish, there are as many people who want to learn Spanish. I see so many opportunities just in this field, just on the language when it comes to translation, from bridging between English-speaking and other language-speaking countries to Spanish-speaking countries. So the opportunities are there. And the bottom line for this, to wrap up my long answer to your short question, is whatever you do, be the best at it. And when you best at what you do, when you wake up with this amazing energy of performing at the best, freedom will come to you. People want to work with people who are happy about what you do and excited about what you do, and they don't care where you are. If you're good at what you do, your employer will let you work remote. Your clients will be happy to work with you from anywhere you are. And it's very easy to look at me, at Christine, at Sergio traveling the world, amazing photos on Instagram, videos on YouTube. But I can promise you, and I know them personally, behind all those amazing photos and videos and content, there's a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication that at the end of the day allow us to talk with you from Italy and Mexico and Lithuania and other places. So my best advice is be the best at what you do.
Thank you very much, Dean. Great advice. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Dean. Now we go with Kristen. Are you there?
Yes, I'm unmuted.
Amazing. So, Kristen, we know that digital nomadism is not something that just happens. It actually have a lot of years happening. So, what do you think will be the key factors that boosted this lifestyle?
Thank you for this question, because I think it's really important for us to remember, as part of the human race, that we have always been nomadic. Humans have always had nomadic tendencies. We've often worked from home up until the Industrial Revolution. And so from my perspective, we're just going back to our roots, but in a way that is much more amplified thanks to technology, right? So I don't think that the ability to be a digital nomad or this digital nomad revolution has changed anything about the nature of human behavior. I think it's just given us this unimaginable freedom that we have never had before in the past. And that freedom started around the 1970s when telecommuting first became possible. But unfortunately, corporate America and the powers that be kind of discouraged this type of work because, as Dean mentioned, there was no trust from the managers to the employees. And so we were all born into this 9-to-5 sort of lifestyle, and we felt that that was normal and that was the accepted way to be. And so it really took from the 1970s up until the pandemic before we saw this shift to remote work really become amplified. But the foundation for this was already set into place 10,000 years ago when humans were already nomadic. And with the advent of telecommuting, and then with the publishing of the first book, Digital Nomad, in 1997, which I believe is the first time that that term was used. So if you think 25 years ago, the book Digital Nomad came out, and in it was this kind of prophecy of what we are seeing exactly today. And I recommend that everybody read it. You can still find it on Amazon because the authors really predicted exactly the situation that we're in today. And who we have to thank for all of this are actually whoever invented the microchip, because what the authors of this book saw was that because the size of the microchip was shrinking and more work was able to be done using technology, so more knowledge work versus physical labor, that they saw that once the microchip got small enough, we could literally carry it with us and do our work from anywhere. And so in that book, in 1997, I have the quote here that they say, technology does not cause change, but it amplifies change. And early in the next millennium, it will deliver the capability to live and work on the move. People will be able to ask themselves, am I a nomad or am I a settler? And for the first time in 10,000 years, that choice will become a mainstream lifestyle option. And that is the message of Digital Nomad. And so I'm sure there's some people today in the audience who weren't even born when that book came out. So it's just really amazing to see how far we've come, even in just the past couple decades. But we've definitely seen that. I started I started living abroad as a study abroad student in 2002 and was living abroad up until technology caught up with my desire and love of travel that I think everybody shares, that desire to explore the world. So whether you were traveling on camel or horseback or plane or bus or train or whatever, eventually technology got to the point to where, hey, we could live anywhere. And it was one of those things that just kind of happened organically for me around 2012. And then somebody told me, hey, you're a digital nomad. And then, here we are today. So of course, the pandemic amplified that and sped things up. But I really want everyone to take away from this that this was our destiny before the pandemic, and we were already on this path.
I love it. I do love to think that everyone has this nomad spirit inside. Thank you for that.
You hear me? Yeah, okay, thank you. So next question is going to be to Sergio Sala. Sergio, you have excellent videos in YouTube. I saw a few of them in the different cities you visit. They are so professional. One of them was about your visit in Buenos Aires, and it was a quite famous video. Why do you think this video about Buenos Aires was so attractive to people? And what was your experience when you were here?
Well, thank you for saying that. I work a lot in each video, and there's so many things. I also, man, I want to talk about everything that Christine and Dean said, because there's so many things around there. Like, yeah, the digital nomad thing has changed for the last 10 years, but it's been way before that. When I started it, like the only place that we could go, it was Starbucks. There was nothing else. So it was hard to find coffee shop co-work. There was no co-working. There was not a thing as co-working. And then yeah, like they changed the possibilities, as Dean says. Like, I started as a web designer first, and it gave me the job, but now there's so many options, and I became a YouTuber. It's something that I did not study for. It's not like I say, hey, I want to be a YouTuber when I was 18. It was just a thing that I followed passions. I went from YouTube to start creating blogs, and then from blogs started making videos, and then became full-time YouTuber. And it's a new kind of job that it was never, yeah, the digital thing make it a reality. There was nothing before that. That makes it very interesting. And talking about that, before I reply about the Buenos Aires thing, is that the same thing that Dean said, like, at least the kind of videos that I make, I try to make it as natural and real as possible. I'm showing the city, but I'm not saying that I'm just here as like doing nothing but to travel. I think there's like three types of travelers. We have the tourists. We have the tourists that only spend like 6 days or less. No, then we have the expats that they try to stay as long as possible. But we're like in the middle of those things. We're the digital nomads. We can spend a month, 3 months. Well, depends on the visas, but that's another topic that we can talk later. But we are like in this flexible position that none of the tourists or the expats have. So it's in between, and it's such an interesting way of living that is going to change for the next year. It's going to go more and more and more. It's going to be an interesting world that it's a good time to be a digital nomad. And the only thing is, yeah, you need a work that make it online. And that's like, there's so many options right now. So from my YouTube channels, I became a full-time YouTuber when I started commenting, when I started sharing like the lifestyle in every city around the world. I have 25 cities right now, editing 4 or 5 more right now that I just already went. And one of them was Buenos Aires. And that was my second time that I went to Buenos Aires. The first time, it was almost 3 or 4 years ago. I think it was before the pandemic. I got to meet Tato, which Tato, it's there in the audience. Tato is like what I call the godfather of the Buenos Aires digital nomad community. And he told me that I could speak in Spanish, but I'm not sure if I can. So if I can keep speaking in Spanish, or you tell me if I speak in
Yes,
English
yes,
still?
you can speak Spanish. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
So we switch into Spanish. So you need to choose the interpretation. So we are switching into Spanish. Bueno, Buenos Aires. It was my second time when I shot this video. The first time was many years ago. I met Tato, which is part of the audience today, and he inspired me and to learn more about Buenos Aires. My second time, I really wanted to create this video. It was the NomadsBA community. There was a conference. I was part of 2 conferences that were held in Buenos Aires. And in each video, I tried to display or showcase how we live in the city being a digital nomad, but how we learn little by little from the very beginning, how you arrive, the transportation, the co-working, the community, the activities, the day-to-day. Because, as I said in English, digital nomads don't spend more than 3 months, and you start feeling part of the life of the city in which you are. So I showcase places like Palermo, when you wake up, the different, which is like a small neighborhood, and the different co-works. I showed also in the video when I watch a football match, and this fight between the 2 best football clubs, River or Boca, and then some people prefer La Boca, so I tour around La Boca and then River. Okay, just watch out because you may have people for and against the teams. But this video shows it's a love letter. It's love letter. And you show your love for the city, and that is what I did with Buenos Aires. And Argentines, the city, with its advantages and disadvantages, the positive and the negative things, and that makes the city good for digital nomads. The Argentine pizza, the cafes, the people. I try to show the beef, all that the city offers, and it's a 30-minute video, like short documentaries, and I think that, and let me say the last thing, and with the exchange rate peg between the dollar and the peso, I don't want to put the focus on that, because sometimes people think, or some people think about a city if it is cheap. And I don't want to think of Buenos Aires because of a good exchange rate. I just showcase all the things that you can do, and then at the very end I explain the currency situation. But it's important, of course, but I first wanted to focus on the quality of life and all the appealing things. And I'm long in Buenos Aires. I would have loved to be in Buenos Aires right now. I hope I have answered, and you can watch the video. It's Sergio Salas, Buenos Aires, in my YouTube channel. And you also have Bariloche, which are beautiful sites, and I highly recommend them.
To this question, because when you start traveling solo as a woman, it's a completely different story. So I wanted to ask you, why do you think it is important to talk about destinations designed for women, and getting to know that we have a different experience?
Gracias, Bettina, por la pregunta.
Thank you, Bettina, for the question. I do believe it is important to talk about that because I started, since I started traveling alone, I got questions from many girls, younger ones, asking me, "Are you really traveling alone?" And I said, "Yes." And I said, "Why are they asking me that?" Because I had overcome certain barriers and I had launched myself onto that when other women or young girls share some fears. But in the end, it is true that it is not the same to travel alone than travel with somebody else. It is a decision said, okay, I want to go to that place, I want to go alone, and when I'm there, I will meet people. But being a woman, there's the safety issue, fears like a woman traveling to some country. There are links in connection with safety, how I will feel, if every place is okay for me. There are many questions that come to your mind, and it is true that, to be honest, this is something I consider as a nomad. There are countries which regretfully I decide to avoid for the time being because I don't feel comfortable. And what has normally happened to me, especially in Latin America, there are lots of prejudices around securities. And my first destination was Colombia. I went there to visit a friend, but then I stayed there, were traveling alone. And I remember myself realizing that number one, it's prejudices, and number two, there's a part of trust. And follow your intuition as you would anywhere else in any city, even your own. If I feel I don't want to take the street, I just don't. Or I feel some things I don't do. If I am alone, I can have dinner or lunch, but go partying, well, this is something I don't do. And also, being aware of my own limitation makes me feel safer. And breaking prejudices, well, I've been to Buenos Aires 8, 9 times, I no longer remember. And I have friends in Europe who have asked me, are you really going there? How to go from A to B? Yes, public transportation. It's obvious to me. I take the bus, but it's true that when you don't know the reality and you only have some insights on certain social media from people scared, the only information you get is fear, and you limit yourself. So I think it is very important, the role of women doing this, being nomads, telling our experience, and inspire to the extent possible somebody seeing us and saying, I can overcome my fears, I can go there, I can meet people, and it can be an amazing experience. Being aware that there might be a limitation, I hope we overcome, because of course being a woman and alone is a challenge on its own. It's a social issue, it's not something of women. It's that we are more fearful when we go to some place for the first time, or more fear because of a social issue. If it weren't so, we wouldn't be discussing this. So I think one part we need to work on, and I trust we're doing this. And another part as women is let us know each other, tell experiences, positive experiences, but negative as well. Okay, but the reality is that I have met incredible women traveling alone, and we'll say this gives me much more than it takes away from me. I have just stopped waiting to take control of my life, how I want to live, how I want to travel, and it is myself making decisions. And the power in the independence it gives you is amazing. So I would invite that to create more spaces. Well, I write media, so every time I have the possibility, I talk about that. And I do because I think it would have been useful for me to know other women, other girls doing it. I would have taken the leap straight. I think those spaces are necessary. I think there are many prejudices and city like Buenos Aires in this case is amazing. You need to remove the prejudices and we need to enjoy it, taking the measures you would take in any city. This is my point. This is about being careful but also being aware of the places or what you can do or the people that are going to welcome you are going to give you the best because they want you to see that city, and that has created the best memories ever in my life. And I think this is something we need to share because it opens the door for many more. The least you start traveling, you will start meeting more and more people, and it is wonderful because a very nice circle is created with people traveling, sharing that passion, living in a certain manner, and I think that is the point. Thank you, Carla. Totally, absolutely. I think Buenos Aires is, and I always say this, I have felt very safe as a woman, and you see the difference in Latin America. When you go out in the street, how you feel. This is a lot what you experience here.
Dean, how do you envision the future of digital nomadism, and what will be the reasons you recommend this lifestyle?
First, I want to apologize for not speaking Espanol. It sounds that every answer in Spanish is just so much better and more passionate. But unfortunately, yo no hablo español fluido or whatever, however you say. But yeah, I'm afraid always to envision what the digital nomad lifestyle would look like in 5-10 years or predict, because I'm sure that in 2-3 years we look back on this recording and everyone said like I was way off. But personally, how I see this movement and where it's going, I believe it's not going. I mean, this is not going to disappear. Remote work, digital nomad lifestyle, it's here to stay. We might see it growing faster, growing slower, stalling for a little bit. But it's obvious that people want to have this freedom of location, freedom of to work from anywhere they want. Freedom is the new reach. People will prefer to work from anywhere rather than take more money to their salary in many cases. It's one of the best perks that employees are asking for, and we see this on the media all the time now. So the trend will continue. On the individual level, I think that people will travel, but over time, you travel the world, you go to Buenos Aires, you fall in love with it, you go to Copenhagen, you fall in love with it, you go many places, the world is beautiful. But I think what will happen to a lot of nomads is that they will start to travel for people rather than places. And we'll start moving around to find the community and the people that we want to gather around. And if the past we went places because this is where the agriculture was or the job was, now it will be we go where the people that we want to be around are located. And we'll see new micro cities within cities and new communities form, communities which are way more diverse and rich in people and ideas and minds. And I think this is good news for us as individuals and as a society. And personally, my mission and where I want to see this movement going, and I hope to see as many nomads support me on this mission, is use digital nomad not just as a lifestyle to say, hey, I'm traveling the world, look at me, how awesome my life is, because life is awesome as a digital nomad oftentimes, but more to use this opportunity to close the gap with the underprivileged communities, right? We can now provide jobs to people that before never had such opportunities. Anyone with internet connection, if it's Africa, if it's India, has access to the same information and same opportunities that I do. I want to bridge this gap. We can spread the wealth better and in a more equal and fair way. This is what remote work for me is about. It's no more about me traveling. It's not about the community of nomads, but I think it's more taking the approach of we are part of this species, this humanity, and remote work. It's not the best way. It's not the only way. It's not the solution to everything, but I think we can make a small dent, especially in the communities we go to. And if we have more thought leaders, more company leaders, managers, understanding the impact that remote work can have on communities in Zambia, in Nigeria, in Argentina, in India, anywhere. We will make this place slightly or even more slightly better than what it is now. So I have a lot of hopes for what this movement stands for and how much open mind and open heart people, digital nomads that I meet on the road are. So this is where my hope and where I envision the remote work and digital nomad movement going, not just about celebrating our lifestyle, but really using this as an opportunity to make this world a better place. And, you know, to ask me if I recommend this lifestyle to anyone, it's an obvious yes. And I can guarantee that it's not for everyone. And I know people who've done it for 2 weeks and said, okay, I miss my parents, I want to go home, miss my dog. I know people who've been doing it for 10 years and not going to stop. It looks different for every person. You can be a slow med, you can be someone like me that traveled crazy. And it could be that it will not be for you. But to know this, you will have to try it and even try it twice. So definitely take this chance and the opportunity to enjoy this new level of freedom, this new level of richness that we people has nowadays, and try it for yourself. Like, to tell you if it's good for you, I cannot, but I can just base it on my own experience. For me, it opened an entire new level of happiness, of opportunities. It completely changed the trajectory of my life. I could never even dream. It was not in my reality to come up and dream about the life I live right now, and the people I meet, the places I've seen, and the way I experience this life. Again, I don't know if it's the best, but it's been super rewarding, and I hope to meet many of you on the road, and probably and definitely in Buenos Aires when I come again to visit you later this year. So being selfish, I wish you all to be digital nomads so I can meet you and travel with you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for sharing those ideas. And you are correct. Digital nomads can be a huge impact on the movement. And I follow you. I know you made NGO United Nomads, right? So I think this is like the beginning of, there is a statistic of around 40 million digital nomads in the world. So it's a huge number, and definitely an impact can be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. So we're going to close with Kristen. And our last question for you, Kristen, is going throwback to your days in Buenos Aires. What will you tell to the people that haven't been here already? What will be your words for them to visit this city?
Sure. So I was in Buenos Aires in December of 2018. And it was a very significant time for me because, as Carla was saying, I'm also a female solo traveler. I've been to, I don't know, at least 40 or 50 countries by myself, including Argentina. And when I came to Buenos Aires, I was coming from the Nomad cruise that Sergio just went on. So across the Atlantic with 500 digital nomads on one cruise ship. And we landed in Brazil. And then from there, I felt like I really needed some alone time. And so I took a flight from Brazil to Buenos Aires and stayed there for a month. And I just really loved it there. From the second that I touched down, I felt very at home. Fortunately, I lived in Latin America for 8 years. So I speak Spanish, although I'm still working with the Argentinian accent. But at the time, in 2018, it wasn't that long ago, but there weren't really many international nomads there. Of course, many tourists, many business travelers, but there wasn't a big international digital nomad community. So I did make some videos. I had just started my YouTube channel, Traveling with Kristen. So I have a few videos on Buenos Aires, and I also interviewed one of my friends who was from the US, who was living in Argentina for so long that he got his citizenship there. And so that's just a kind of a clue as to how much people love your country. But then there was also a local digital nomad community. I think Sergio mentioned that Tato is there. If it's the same Tato that I know, hello, because I hung out with the crew from Nomad Hub there. And I think that was the first co-living space in Argentina, and it was really great to be around local digital nomads from within Buenos Aires, just remote workers who were living together in a community, and also from around South America. But if it hadn't been December and Christmas, and I had to go to a wedding and go home for the holidays, I would have stayed there because I loved it so much. The people, obviously, like the food is so great. Buenos Aires is so huge. I think if I could sum up the city in one word, it would just be dynamic, because it's so multicultural, it's so diverse. All of the neighborhoods are so different. It's like the New York City of Latin America, I think. And so there's something for everyone there, from the arts, the nightlife, the dancing, the co-working, I mean, anything that you could need. And then there's also so many places to travel from there. So I think it makes a great base and a great hub. And I also like that it's in a really neutral time zone for working in North America and also working in Europe. So I think my day-to-day life there, I just enjoyed so much, like meeting my neighbors, going to the coffee shop, going for walks around, working at WeWork. It was also a place that I pursued a hobby that I think is really an underrated benefit of a location-independent lifestyle, where you can actually move to a place that supports a lifestyle that you want to have, or activities that you want to get involved in, or as Dean said, communities of people that you want to be around, or a cause or people that you want to help. And so in that month that I was in Buenos Aires was my first time learning how to DJ. And so now, all of these years later, I'm like a professional DJ on the side while I'm working and traveling and everything like that. And I'm currently in England and DJing around Europe. So that all started in Buenos Aires. So I love that it's a city that supports artists and creatives. You've got the startup scene. And also, as Sergio mentioned, like the cost of living it's like kind of an afterthought, because yes, it can be affordable there, but we also recognize, some of the challenges that are going on there financially. But there's also, a lot of destinations around the world that have a pretty similar cost of living. So that's not something that was a big factor for me going there. It was more about the people, the culture, the things that there are to do. And now what's so important is that there's this support, like organized support from the government and NomadsBA to welcome people and make it a lot easier to go there and stay for an extended amount of time. And so I think, as the previous panel was talking about Tulsa and different cities and throughout Portugal, I think it's really great to see so many countries creating digital nomad visas, and so many local governments and municipalities and communities creating their own initiatives to help spread the word about this type of lifestyle that you can have as a local there, but also bringing in people from around the world who want to be a part of that community, who want to learn the language, who want to really integrate with the culture. And I think that's just making the world a better place in general, with more people traveling and more mobility. And as Dean mentioned, there's this arc or curve of being a digital nomad. And once you've been doing it for a certain amount of time, you realize it's not just about having fun and traveling. It's about making a difference in the world and making an impact and connecting with people and giving back. And so I think the more people that are entering that lifestyle, the more everyone will be able to realize that on their own and pursuing the professional careers that they want, that give them that location flexibility, but in turn being able to be who they want, in their lives, in their personal lives, and having that crossover. So yeah, I love Buenos Aires. I'm planning to come back. I actually was meant to come back before the pandemic, but that's been a bit delayed. So I'll make my way back there soon.
We hope to have you here soon. Thank you very much, Kristen.
Thank you.
So thank you all of you guys and girls for sharing your experience. It's amazing to hear from you. And also for you guys, if you want to keep in touch with those For panelists, you can search for NomadsBA on Instagram, and we have it tagged on our conference guide, so you can keep it close.
I just want to say that we never said about tango, because it's one of the best places
We
to learn
didn't talk
tango.
about tango, that's right.
¿Qué pasó? No dijimos nada del tango.
I watched, but I did not participate.
I learned some
Para la
tango.
próxima.
Sí.
Sí.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, chao, muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
And
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bueno, pues nosotros nos despedimos, los dejamos.
So now we give back the floor to Steph and those that are still dubious about engaging in this lifestyle. Well, I hope that this is inspiring, and maybe next year you are the ones that are being interviewed. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, and now we come to a point where we will start breathing to connect ourselves with this current moment, and we will have this active pause or active break. And let's welcome Lucas Escobar. He will guide this meditation. Behind the scenes, he has been telling me a little bit about this method. Hello, how are you doing this evening? It's great to have a melting pot audience, people speaking in English, Spanish, and we're going to change gears now, because as we are now with people that are all day long in front of the computer, one call after the other, we need to reset our brain, our system. So I invite you to join me in this meditation. I'm a certified instructor of the Wim Hof method. And for those that are not familiar with this method, let me tell you, in a nutshell, the Wim Hof method is a scientifically proven method that helps identify our autonomous and immunological system. All the functions that our body does automatically: heartbeat, body temperature, and breathing. And we follow the three methods: conscious breathing, a mental approach, and temperature body. And we are not going to get into the eyes tab, but this is a kind of meditation that you can have or do at any time of the day. The only thing that you have to do is just listen to me, follow my instructions, don't worry about anything. I will guide you step by step. Are there any people, are there any pregnant women in the audience, or if you are at home, we are going to just keep our oxygen for a while. It's a short pause, but pregnant women, please just keep up breathing as usual. Ready? Ready? Okay, before getting started, just put your hand on the belly and the other one on the chest. And how we are going to breathe? Okay, we are going to inhale, swell our belly, and then we are going to exhale softly through our mouth. And we will do this, I will guide you both in English and in Spanish. So, let's get started.
Mucho. Exhalo. Belly, chest, relax. Pueden cerrar sus ojos. Inhalo panza, pecho, relax. Inhalo, inhale, let it go. Belly, chest, relax. Inhalo profundo por nariz, llevo ese oxígeno a la panza,
pecho y lo suelto lo más despacio que puedo por boca. Inhale, belly, chest, let go. Y continúo con ese patrón que voy reconociendo, haciéndolo bien despacio, con los ojos cerrados, conectando con mi respiración. Inhalo profundo, panza, pecho, relax. Belly, chest, let go. Me conecto con mi respiración, me conecto con esa inhalación y solo hay una inhalación y una exhalación. Belly, chest, and let go. Panza, se eleva el pecho, exhalo y me relajo. Y continúo con ese ritmo. Inhalo paz, exhalo estrés, se afloja todo mi cuerpo. Conecto con mi respiración. Conecto con ese flujo respiratorio, exhalando lo más lento que puedo. Panza, pecho, relax. Inhale belly, chest, and let it go. Connect with your breath. Connect with this moment. Inhalo panza, pecho y bien despacio suelto ese oxígeno lo más lento que puedo. Intento de que ese oxígeno salga lo más despacio que puedo de mi sistema. Inhale belly, chest, and let go. Me conecto con esa respiración, me conecto con este momento presente. Ya estamos llegando al final de estas respiraciones y continúo inhalando como una ola se eleva en la panza, se eleva el pecho, exhalo y me relajo. Inhale belly, chest, let go, like a wave, belly, chest, let go. Y continúo con ese ritmo, relajado y pausado, haciendo que ese oxígeno salga lo más lento posible de mi cuerpo. Panza, pecho, relax. Y continúo. Si seguimos así, panza, pecho, relax. Conecto con esa respiración, conecto con este momento presente. Belly, chest, let go. Los invito a que ahora por unos minutos dejemos de respirar. Solo unos minutitos, unos segundos. Dejo de respirar. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhalo nuevamente, panza, pecho y retengo por unos segunditos más. Disfruto de las sensaciones en el cuerpo. exhalo, vuelvo nuevamente a incorporar mi respiración a la normalidad y los invito a que nuevamente cerremos los ojos y nos volvamos presentes de cada una de las partes de nuestro cuerpo. Focalizo en mis pies, siento el apoyo de mis pies en el suelo. I feel my feet on the floor, my legs. Percibo las sensaciones de mis piernas relax. Percibo los glúteos, cadera, relax. Feel my legs, feel my butt, my lower back, relax. Mi espalda baja, mi abdomen, relax. I perceive my sensations in my higher back, in my chest, mi espalda alta, mi pecho, relax. Siento las sensaciones en mis hombros, my shoulders, mis brazos, mis codos. I feel the sensation on my arms, my elbows, my fingers, todos los músculos de mi mano, relax. Percibo mi rostro. I perceive my face, my cheeks, mis cachetes. Mi lengua se afloja. Relajo mis ojos. Todo mi rostro. Relax. I relax my eyes, my mouth, my forehead, my hair, all my head. Relax. Relajo mis labios, relajo mi frente, relajo mi cuero cabelludo, toda mi cara. Relax. Y para finalizar, los invito a que perciban los sonidos que vienen de su izquierda. Presten atención. ¿Acaso están muy cerca? ¿Acaso están muy lejos? Listen to the sounds coming from your left. Are they close? Are they far? Los invito ahora a percibir los sonidos de su derecha. Están cerca. ¿Son de este ambiente o son de otro? Now listen to the sounds coming from your other ear. Are they in this room or in another one? Y muy lentamente vamos movilizando dedos de las manos, dedos de los pies. I start moving fingers from my hand, from my feet. Y despacio voy volviendo a este momento presente. cómo se sienten. Veo muchas caras de relajación, lo cual está bueno. Este tipo de pausas las pueden hacer cuando ustedes lo sientan, ¿sí? Tomarse unos momentos para percibir cada parte de su cuerpo, ¿sí? Y desconectar con los pensamientos constantes entre calls, entre conversaciones, entre trabajo arduo. Tenemos la cabeza como locos pensando en un montón de cosas a la vez. Está buenísimo tomarse 15 minutos, 10 minutos, 5 minutos para que la máquina pare por un segundo. Esto es simplemente un cachito de todo lo que se puede hacer con la respiración, ¿sí? Desde meterse en una pileta con agua congelada a controlar las emociones de uno. Si quieren saber más, los invito a que me sigan por redes sociales para enterarse de todo el potencial que tiene la respiración en el efecto del cuerpo humano. Espero que lo hayan disfrutado y cualquier cosa, acá estoy para que me hagan consultas. Gracias.
Gracias, Lucas. Me encanta, nos dejó con una paz. Yo lo hice, quiero dar fe que lo hice ahí atrás del escenario y como que me relajó, ¿no? Estamos como más relajados. Sí, muy lindo, porque las pausas activas fueron como una para conocernos y otra para conectarnos con nosotros mismos, que a veces lo pasamos de largo, ¿no? Así que me parece fundamental que podamos tener un poco de networking, pero también un poco de conexión propia. Bueno, y vamos a seguir con nuestros paneles y vamos a, en este caso, estar hablando del universo del trabajo remoto y la gestión del talento. Para esta experiencia, este panel, vamos a estar invitando a Francisco Scuracelo, Project Leader de la Agencia de Aprendizaje a lo largo de la vida del Ministerio de Educación de la ciudad. Así que es un placer presentarlo a él. Un gran aplauso, por favor, para Francisco, que va a estar presentando también a los otros oradores. Muchas gracias.
Buenas noches. ¿Cómo andan? Bueno, nada, ya presentaron más que nada este panel, el universo del trabajo remoto.
Talent management. This is the title of the panel, and let me introduce the participants. And Jun Molneo, founder of Work Remote, online platform for remote workers. She's joining virtually. Andrea Carlon, Business Development Director of Lano. She's also online. Maximiliano Cao, he's with us, together with Gaston Guzman from CSM Global for Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, and Spain. And also I'm accompanied by Gonzalo Agüero, Workmates, an expert on the future work. So good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. So we have set the panel's title, The Universe of Remote Work and Talent Management. These are the questions revolving around remote work and the benefits arising therefrom. This was mentioned in the previous panels, but since the pandemic, we've been working remotely. But June, what is remote work, and why do we say that it has changed the employment landscape in the past years? June?
So basically, there's a lot of misconception when it comes to remote work, right? So there's no clear definition, especially right now where there's like hybrid work and flexible work and whatnot. So the misconception is the location.
Remote work is a way of working. It's not necessarily involved with the location. So you can be working from home. You can be working from a cafe, from a co-working hub, but it's actually the way that you work, meaning that the processes and the way that you communicate and where your resources are located, you can access them remotely. And that's why you're able to work away from a traditional office setup, right? And so this is not a new concept. It actually started way back in 1970s, and it was a way to fight the pollution and the rising prices of gas. Sounds familiar, right? And so it has existed before. It existed even before the internet. Like, remember when we used to have fax machines? So yeah, I know I'm old and I still remember fax machines before. And people and telephones. So this way of working has existed in the past, and we're just sort of like implementing it and helping companies transition to how it is now with the new technology. But it's been a very big struggle because change is hard, right? So in the past, remote work was pretty popular with freelancers, or whom we call gig workers. And so marketplaces like Upwork and freelancer.com, Fiverr, 99 Designs, these were really popular. And that's kind of like where it all started. And then the rise of the startups actually changed this dynamic. So for smaller companies, especially if you're still starting out, it's more economical for you to not have an office, right? Because that's reducing costs, and hire talent where they are available. It's like you're not limited in one location, so they can hire people from outside of the US or outside from their country, people from Buenos Aires. You know, hopefully. I've worked with several graphic designers and amazing developers also from Buenos Aires, from Argentina before. And it started with the smaller companies, right? So Automatic, they've been remote for a decade. They're like one of the pioneers when it comes to remote working. GitLab, Basecamp, Zapier, these are just a few companies who pioneered it, but that's basically it. Like it kind of like transformed the landscape now because of these people who have, hey, you know, we actually were able to work remotely, and then the global pandemic happened. It's just like, this is still possible. We can still make it work, right? And now people realize it, that, hey, we can actually work remotely. Why are we not doing this, right? And we are in that sort of like transition now. Do we want to go ahead and continue doing this, or do we want to go ahead and revert back to the way we worked before?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Diego. Voy a sumar algo con
Let me talk a little bit about the remote work, because during the pandemic, these benefits about working from home, or this preference for remote work. Andrea, what are the advantages for companies and for businesses and for people about remote work? And what is the relationship with the geographic location? So, what do you think the advantages or the benefits resulting from this? Well, first of all, good evening. Here it's more than midnight, so after the meditation, almost fell asleep. I think so. Here in Berlin it's almost midnight, so I love June's introduction about this question. And the first thing I would like to mention is that remote work, there are different types of remote work, and therefore different ways of framing it from a legal point of view and from employment point of view. And what Dean said about remote work,
que bueno, Jun ha dicho que muchas
and June has said that many companies or startups are start using remote work as their business mode. I'm not going to talk about remote work after the pandemic because that was something that is clear. But what we offer from my company is this possibility, the possibility to all companies around the world of hiring employees on a full-time basis where they are not required to be on site. There are some companies that do not have a legal status and they can hire full-time employees. And we see many benefits in this remote work, which are not freelancers or self-employed people. Our customers, for example, use geographic locations, for example, for hiring. And this results in cost savings for the company, which is important, but that is not the only pillar. We also have companies or HR professionals that work for these companies, many of them are startups, can find talent where there is abundance of talent, like Buenos Aires, for example. We are based in Berlin, and we are struggling for finding code developers, for example, or IT people. And following this remote work mode, companies can find technological talent in other markets, and also find profiles, or if you want a specific language, like Spanish, for example, you can focus in Latin America, and French, for example. You don't need to restrict yourself to France. So it's easier to find the profile. For example, call centers, large-scale call centers, they try to save cost and also try to find these profiles. And then the diversity. Companies that hire remotely are more efficient and more dynamic companies, because it's proven that diversity enhances work environments. And if you had opened up to hire different nationality profiles, and that changes the operation of the companies and helps understand international customers. And another advantage for our customers is the consumer service, because if we don't, if we have employees in different time zones, for the customer service support, and having people speaking different languages. For example, in Lano, we are a group of 35 different nationalities from different countries. We have customers in the US that deliver the services to consumers or at the time of the day, or our other customers, European companies with support service in Europe. And this would be like a summary. Thank you, Andrea. It's not necessary to look for a French in France. And I ask Maximiliano Gaston, what is the relationship of teleworking and importing that talent?
Thank you very much for your question. It is a pleasure to be here. We work in a company that engages in advising customers in terms of migration regulation. To us, migration compliance is at the core of what we offer, like our colleague here said, talking about her company. We are driven by migration, and not only that, but also tax and work affairs to reduce to the highest level any risks. And generally speaking, in terms of global mobility, the panel here today is a part of the whole movement that has been there for a long time. We heard 1 billion people working in a different place in which they pay taxes in the next 9 or 10 years. So we need to be there advising our customers in terms of migration to reduce to the minimum breaches of compliance. I think there are many people who can share their experience working abroad, and it is always important to keep that in mind to reduce risks, both for employers and employees. Of course, and also considering the legal part, the legal framework that was given to it. In Argentina, the visa was regulated in 2021, and we were pioneers in South America. It is true that Brazil regulated it at the beginning of 2021. Argentina is very flexible in terms of granting this Nomads visa. And this gives details to a reality we need to acknowledge. There is mobility for higher management, or with the boom of airliners, then it spread, spilled over other companies. And well, this is not just to spread the company culture across countries, but also to attract and retain talents, because new generations demand not only remote work, but also internationalize their profession. And this is something that if we can structure and regulate and accompany that process is key. Well, in a nutshell, what we do. And coming back to what you were saying about companies, talent management, and I'm going to ask this of Gonzalo. Sometimes it's difficult to balance. Well, I work at home. What difference is there between work at home, remote work with co-works? For example, in terms of similitude. Well, first of all, thank you for your question. It is a pleasure to be here. June and Andrea said it right. One thing is to work remotely, another thing is to do home office, and a third one on site all the time. It is important to understand that, because there are bright sides to it and some things to consider, because there are significant details, and it's important to know that 35% of companies in Latin America go for the remote work possibility, and 70% hybrid. And there are also different ways of working in a hybrid mode. Hybrid could be that the company forces you to go 3 days, 4 days out of 5, and hybrid is also telling you can work as many times as you work. There are co-working spaces so that you can come to the company, and that is hybrid as well. Basically, we give freedom to companies so that they can let their employees work or have an office near their places. Today, we have a marketplace with more than 2,500 co-workings, and inside them, a percentage is growing. That is, company offices being reconverted so that we can monetize them as part of our marketplace and put to the service of other companies. And these are empty. More than 75% of corporate companies are empty. In average over a month, so companies are wasting money. But also, well, today you are going to hear much information about going back to the office and the benefits, but the truth is that large companies have millions of square meters in buildings that are economically speaking empty, and they basically need not waste them. Why? Because there are no buyers or tenants. They have dead footage, but basically there are important details we need to know. Companies who go for the hybrid mode, no 2 or 3 times a week compulsorily, but letting the employee do what they think best, has 25% less turnover. And we know what it means to attract talent or replace living talents, and that is important when somebody puts on the scale cost structure. And when employees leave, the ones who leave are the ones we would like the least to leave, and that is also important to note. And something else is you need to listen to your workers. When we started with this, the most common thing is, how do you work today? Well, it doesn't matter, remote, hybrid, whatever. And we asked them, how are you doing? Very well. And we said, very well. No, we know that they're okay. So it is important to understand that when employees decide to go, it is too late. There is nothing you can do. It is a fact. Even if you increase their wages, they are going to stay. But the increase, the happiness of that increase lasts 2 months. and then they want another increase. So it is important to understand that hybrid work is here to stay, and employees are increasingly asking more for flexibility. And working from home creates issues. It is important to leave the home. So those of you working from home are 40% more prone to develop the burnout as compared to the ones who at least once a week work outside. You have to communicate, not isolate. So the balance is important for us and for companies. You gave me the cue here. We're talking about regulations, institutions, governments, and now we need to talk talent, that is people. And after that, we see opportunities. I would like to ask June, how do I know if I'm ready to work remotely, and what aspects do I need to consider, and how do I get there to work remotely on this or this which I was just saying?
Great question. So I think people underestimate the skills that they already have. So they are thinking like there's this big technological gap, from where I am to where remote is. And what they don't realize is a lot of the skills that they had before from their previous jobs, like the soft skills, the transferable skills like communication, teamwork, collaboration, project management, time management. These are really important skills for you to be able to work remotely. And what they need to do is just build on top of that, like the hard skills or the technical skills, like what is Zoom, or what, like people already have Facebook, they use Instagram, they use TikTok. This is like they're more technologically savvy, more digitally skilled than they think. And in most cases, you use a computer working in your current job right now. I mean, you send emails, you call in, other clients or maybe partners or other stakeholders in your business. And so technically in some aspects of your life, you probably are already working, digitally. And the big part of our job with work remote is just connecting the dots. It's like, these are the skills that you currently have right now. And these are the skills that you need, to work remotely. Like maybe we can see the gaps and then work on those gaps. And these are the skills that you need to take or, to improve for you to be able to work remotely. Or sometimes there is no need for you to upskill. You just need to go ahead and look for companies that are hiring the same type of work that you're doing right now, and they're hiring remotely, right? So a lot of the things is just putting two and two together. And so what I would recommend is take into account your transferable skills and the soft skills that you already have, and maybe look at the market. What are the jobs that are available out there that I can do remotely? Who are the companies that are hiring, from where I'm based? So if I'm based in Buenos Aires, like who's hiring from here? Which companies are these, and what are the jobs that are available for me that I can do? And that's mainly it. That's what we do. We kind of connect them together. And being in that network of other remote workers, you suddenly realize, oh, it's not just programming or developing apps or developing websites. There's actually many aspects of a business that needs to be done, like marketing, accounting, customer service, technical support. And these are things that we are normally doing in normal businesses now. And we just need to transition. We need to go ahead and change our mindset. Okay, this business is going remote, going online. They will need operations. They will need, somebody in accounting or in business development, and more or less you already have the skills for those. So just kind of matching them up together.
A ver, esto lo hablamos un poco también.
Well, this is something we discussed off-panel. Soft skill, hard skills. This is a mix of everything, finding the balance. Mostly to find the talent we are talking about and we always mention. Now I'm going to ask Andrea, what is EOR And how does it link with remote work and what are its benefits? Okay, I'm happy to explain what EOR is. I'd like to tell June that I totally agree with her response and the things we see with our customers with hybrid mode. One of the risks is that if you don't have a remote culture, by default, it is a problem for companies. This is a fact. And this is a question that was a question for her. I want to explain what this mode is, employment of record. In Spanish, sometimes it's a payroll employee. This is outsourcing the employment. This has to do with the first round of questions. This allows to hire a full-time employee. This is not a freelancer. This is not an independent worker. This is somebody with an Argentinian employment contract. For example, if somebody who is in Argentina or in Spain or Germany, it's a regular employee. But what happens is that the operational employer, which is our customer, does not have a legal entity. So how can they do it? Like Manuel was saying before, sometimes the drive comes from the employee, but in general, we see that our customers already have the talent, and they tell us, okay, I have found my perfect fit in Argentina. It pays us the employment and the cost to employ in Argentina. For example, in Argentina, it's around 27%, similar to Germany, for example. So this is the cost of the employer. That is pension fund, social security, and this type of things. And then we need to pay the employee, make the payroll, and take care of the compliance with the work relation. And our client is the material employer, and they outsource work compliance. So the benefits for the employee are very important. In this case, I would like to give you my personal example. When I moved to Germany, I have been here for 3 years. I came from the US, where I lived for 7 years. It was at the beginning of 2020. I worked with a startup that just missed everybody at the start of the pandemic, and I got this work offer. I went through the selection process, and I got a work offer from a company in the US that was not based in Germany. So I could be retained as a freelancer or as an independent worker. But I had just got to Germany. I don't speak German, and I wanted to get all the benefits from being an employee in Germany, social security, unemployment, retirement, and I didn't know German to conduct all the administrative tasks. So I turned the offer down. And if the company that made that offer would have known this EOR solution, they could have retained me because I would have had my daily employer and I would have had a work contract in Germany. So with this solution, many companies benefit, and that gives a big push to remote work. Thank you, Andrea. And now I bring this question of opportunity, talents, and now I bring you more locally to the city of Buenos Aires. And now I'm going to ask Gonzalo Way, you think that Buenos Aires is a good place to be working remotely or hybrid? I don't know how many of you here are Argentinian. Well, number one, I think that Buenos Aires has everything to live the great experience working here. And those of us Argentinians living here sometimes forget how beautiful this city is and everything it has to offer. But I am fortunate to be in touch with many foreigners who come here. speak wonders of Buenos Aires, of Argentina, of course, but of Buenos Aires. And that is where you actually react and you say, oh, it's true, there are many good things that sometimes, because we see them every day, we start thinking, well, but Europe this or the US that, and we forget all the opportunities we have here. Of course, given all the opportunities to work remotely, I think increasingly more companies and people earn in a different currency. And of course, we know what it is to be able to live in Buenos Aires earning in a different currency. And I'm not only talking about startups. This is our mode, but beyond startups, there are huge companies there paying in US dollars. And basically, that is a huge possibility for us to tap into that. So my advice is always, and there are more applications that allow for the provision of services. For example, cooking lessons, coach, shrinks, and I can work from co-working, a cafe, my own home, and also earn in US dollars or in any other currency, and that gives you lots of possibilities. The other day, I was talking with someone who told me a lot of money in other country is not enough. And you say, well, all that money and it is not enough. Yeah, it was somebody with 4 children living in the US. With that money, that person here would live as a king. That person could not even have dinner outside. So what I'm saying is, okay, then we can complain about many other things, of course. We are not going to say, oh, everything is beautiful, because I am Argentinian myself. And I know everything, politics and many other things. It is a very dynamic country, many moving back and forth from the election point of view, but I focus more on the positive, and I think that also has to do with whom we are. And you need to know that Argentinian talent is much sought after in the world for many reasons, but also because the world is constantly changing. And Latin people in general, but Argentinians more, are among the most resilient to change. If we don't change, we get bored. So we need to think about that as a positive skill. Understanding that from constant change, we got more things that our neighbors have. We need to think about how, why people are trying to engage us. People want to find Argentinians because we are creative. Of course, there is the dark side to that. We need to tame our egos, our huge egos. We need to reinvent ourselves, and I think there are many opportunities leaving aside everything we know. We, all of us, live here, some of you Argentinians, some not, but we are familiar with this dynamic, and I think there are great opportunities, and let us tap into the opportunity to offer what we do, what we produce to other companies. And again, there are multinationals paying in US dollars here, so if we want to take that path, there are many companies already which offer reskilling for free, that give you more digital skills to access this type of work. So opportunities lay there. And of course, you need to put everything on the scale. And this is for Maximiliano, Gaston. What are the specifics of Argentina in terms of migration? Yeah, the good news, talking about the positive side of Argentina, is that Argentina has been at the forefront in Latin America. We have launched Digital Nomads, of course. And so anybody from abroad willing to live and experience in Argentina has the opportunity to do so. It is easy. Having submitted the draft that resulted in the rule, well, it was difficult times, 2020, finding the right counterpart at the government level who were willing to hear was complicated. Let us go back mentally to 2020. The situation was difficult, but finally the regulation was adopted last year, May last year. So once again, yeah, we always recommend that migration rules be complied with. So all of you willing to have their experience in Argentina need to do that through who cannot do it through a legally incorporated company in Argentina may come stay here for 6 months, renewable for an equal period. It is true that the regulation has some aspects that can be improved, especially to get more advantages for the country. There are nationalities which are not eligible for this visa because they need entry permit to get into Argentina. So this is in our to-do list to continue working with the National Migration Office to improve that. There are different mechanisms to do it. We actually submitted a proposal very recently, and we hope to get some repercussions from that. I think that is the positive news. We talked with many people who were not familiar with that, and we always encourage them to continue the migration process and be have that peace of mind for themselves and for their employers. Absolutely, we have the legal structure so that all nomads can come to Argentina, as Maximiliano said, very easily submitting pictures, valid passport, the CV, the note requesting that they want to be nomads in Argentina, and adding what activities they perform and if they are working for a company. Proof of employment, but no more complication than that. There are visas for entrepreneurs, for independent workers, and for the corporate domain as well. So, apart from the regulation, the state needs to promote that, because in practice, sometimes the rule does not cover certain situations, and there are some nomads in our country the state is not aware of, because in the beginning there was no law, and now they need to communicate that. And this event informs that every nomad should know that there is an easily accessible law that provides a framework of regulation, support, social security. And the ones who do not apply to the nomad visa need to leave the country or pay a fine. This visa is extendable for 6 months. And from the state, we need to capture those talents and mainstream them into society. That is the key.
I love the tool, and there are many agreements, but if there is no boost or if there are no projects for nomads to just to the context. I have a memoir, and I'm so structured, but let's talk a little bit about the institutions, the opportunities, the talent. And now the next question has to do with the future, what the future holds. June said it, this is not something new, it's been with us for a while, it's being improved, but what is the challenge? Do we need to promote it even more? What are the challenges ahead? And going back to June, what are the challenges of remote work? Is it sustainable or not? And do you anticipate the growth of remote work?
So companies are not ready yet. Just if you look at the news nowadays, companies are calling employees back. And I'm not surprised because we can't just assume, that we'll send your staff and your managers back, to their houses with the laptop and everything would work, right? This is like, it's an old way of working. Being in an office is the old way of working. And even though remote work has been there for a really long time, we have to realize it took a global pandemic for us to realize that we can do this. It was like the biggest experiment out there, right? And because I've been working in this industry for more than a decade now. And back in 2018, when we started talking with government and started talking with companies to say, like, look, this works. We know it's proven. Just give us like a pilot, to test out, to see what's the productivity, how is the performance, and then you can go ahead and do a change management and implement it with the rest of the company. The ideal scenario is for you to do a slow transition, manage the change, and then see how it progresses, right? And you need to have a set of what we call like pioneers, I guess, within the organization to help manage that change within every organization. But that's not what happened. Everybody was just sent back home, and we had to work, forcibly. We need to work remotely now. And that's what we're finding out. Like, look, we can't do this. Here it doesn't work. Here it breaks. And because most companies were not built that way, their processes and their procedures are not built for remote. And why Automatic, GitLab, and all of the other remote companies that have done this successfully, what they did differently is they built the company to work remotely. And that means that the way that they work, the way that they communicate within the team, their processes, their documentations, how their resources are allocated, like it's in the cloud or wherever it is saved, it's accessible anywhere. And most companies find that challenging because now they have to go ahead and redo everything, right? And so when there is something's wrong with the process, it's not so obvious when everybody is in the office, because you can just go to, Joao and you say, like, hey, you know what? I forgot X, Y, and Z. Can you go ahead and, do this and do that one? And whatever processes is not in place, it's a lot easier, much faster, because you are in there synchronously. When you're working asynchronously, it takes a bit of while. So there's like the change, and change is painful. And sometimes change can be costly for companies. And that's why it's very hard. It's like what we say, when you're implementing remote change or you're doing a remote transition, it's like moving a tanker. It's like you move 1 meter and you're not going to change it. You're not going to see the change immediately. You need to have time and distance for you to really see the effect of it. And that's a really big challenge for most companies right now. Is it sustainable? Yes, it is sustainable. A lot of people are actually working remotely. Companies are working remotely. But you need to have that transition, and you have to go through that painful change right there. That's for companies. And for individuals, right? Like, government has to be there supporting that transition as well. Universities has to be there to promote that transition. Because for us to make this sustainable and for us to make this normal is to have this in the table every time we go on an application or go on a job interview. We should be like, it's normal for us to, can I do this remotely? Until the day, that's actually normal, it's going to be really difficult for us. And and if you really think of remote work is not a silver bullet, right? But it actually solves a lot of the problems, like desertification of certain islands and areas. And here in Portugal, I live in Portugal. So the interior, the rural part of Portugal is actually deteriorating because most people are moving towards the bigger cities. And it's not just happening here, it's happening all over the world, right? And so if the government actually gets on board and helps with this transition, assist the companies with the transition, assist the individuals with the transition, I think we'll be able to make this sustainable. And in the future, we don't need to call this remote work or work from home. It's just going to be work.
Bueno, ahí también digo, ¿no? A ver, como todo desafío.
And as any challenge, it's also a huge opportunity. And yeah, we need to continue improving and make the necessary amendments to the bill. There's a question, Andrea, what are the opportunities that you foresee in ORC for Argentines or foreigners that are working abroad and decide to come to the country and work remotely from the country? And before answering your question, I think that the initiatives that are being adopted in Argentina with regard to the law that has been passed, because our company that is focused on remote work globally and promoting remote work in different countries, I think that the countries that welcome and set up the necessary legal framework to facilitate the remote work will be the winners, because we see some countries lagging behind and losing territory. Now, with regard to the registered employees, or ORE registers, this is translated in many EOR, sorry, and it has to do with the access of people that get a benefit out of it. They benefit from accessing to jobs that were not accessible or affordable to them in a traditional or mainstream model. I think that this was mentioned in another panel, and if I can't find a job in a company based in my city, I'm closed up to certain possibilities, like working for global companies, for example. With this model, that is possible. And then when we talk about the salaries, salaries imply, for example, having access to these salaries. These salaries are better. We conducted different surveys among our customers, and we see that the companies pay 20% more than the local salary, and this has a social impact. It generates wealth, and of course, with such wealth, people may decide where they want to live, if they want to live in cities, or if they want to move to rural areas or repopulate rural areas. That is a macroeconomic aspect. And then you mentioned payment in foreign currency, like in Argentina and in other Asian countries, for example. Well, thanks to these type of models like EOR, that is possible. And if at the end of the day you have a local company like EOR and pay social security and different pension contributions and the corporate tax, and that generates wealth for the country or generates some revenue for the country. And that's why the countries accept these models. And when we talk about known local employees, that is to say foreigners that want to move, for example, to Buenos Aires, we've seen many cases after the pandemic. Companies wanted to retain key personnel, but they didn't want to live in a city or in the country where the headquarters were, for example. In New York, for example, in certain companies, even though your salary is high, you cannot afford all the expenses in that city. And people were saying, well, I would love to go back to Buenos Aires, and if I have an ideal profile for those companies, I would be able to work remotely. And this is something that happened. And the basic employee profile, well, the companies say, I'll do whatever it takes me to retain the company. And in certain cases, they were creating or establishing legal companies, but that is not profitable for companies. It's time consuming and costly. So basically, these are the opportunities for remote work development. But there are many others. But I just wanted to focus on EOR. Last question, and Maximilian. We talked about opportunities, challenges, but focusing on the region. What are the opportunities in the region, and which is the type of profile that Latin America, or more specifically Argentina, is looking for? We were talking about foreigners that want to gain some experience working in Argentina. Probably there are many Argentines that would like to work abroad. As a takeaway or tip for those that want to make this transition, the takeaway or my recommendation is that try to look for employment opportunities as long as you want to work in a company, in companies that are like startups or that are going an internationalization or globalization, that are expanding abroad, let's say, because it's the way to reach markets. Somebody was mentioning about the cost of opening up a company abroad or having no payroll. So these companies established in countries that want to reach other countries, well, they need to interact with the communities in that country and find opportunities. I think it's a good opportunity for those people that want to work abroad and are based in Argentina. Apply for those positions in companies. Well, can be a small or medium-sized companies, not necessarily large corporates, because large corporations, have their global mobility policies, and the changes in these type of companies may take longer. They need, for example, certain approvals, HR, board of directors. While working in smaller companies, well, the flexibility is there, and I think it's a good pathway to moving towards working abroad. And let me focus on the legal framework, what we can regulate. I observe that sometimes, because these brain flee, sometimes states regulate or establish rules that are against these flee, but it's the opposite. We need the states have to be aware of what's coming, pay attention to what the new talents are looking for, the digital nomads are looking for, and try to compete so that the place, like in Buenos Aires, for example, that Buenos Aires can offer all the necessary resources and means to welcome nomads to Argentina. And those Argentines that want to have this experience abroad, because you learn as a professional, you gain experience if you work abroad, and that they can apply for the different visas, nomad visas, but that is, and that they come back, that open up doors if they have a startup here, or this cross-pollination, capture what is good abroad and bring it here. And we cannot restrict, but on the contrary, we need to generate or build bridges both the national or local governments should promote this mobility, which is the coming trend. In the past, few people could travel. Today. Access is easier, of course, also taking into account the economic aspect, but moving the new talents, you don't need to have a big company supporting you, but from home with the minimum tools like internet, you can start expressing your talent, and the state should support. We have the macro structure in place. We need some resolutions or certain specific actions promoting this trend, what we want to show about Buenos Aires. So this was the last question. I think that we are taking away a lot of information. We see many challenges, but we are thrilled about the future. Thank you, June, Andrea. I know that you're in Berlin. It's very late. So thank you, Maximiliano. And sorry, Gaston, he corrects himself. Gonzalo, thank you all for bearing with us. And remember that you have the QR, and you can send the question via the QR code. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. No se vayan porque tenemos un...
Please, the big surprise of the day. A very fun moment. I see that many people are leaving. The closing is very powerful. We have some percussion show, and it's gonna be very cool. Look what they are putting on the stage. And after this, there is a cocktail later on. So please bear with us. It was our pleasure to be with you in NomadsBA, the third edition of NomadsBA, with the support and the sponsorship of the government of the city of Buenos Aires. Don't be shy. Let's play a little bit more. Why? Because we have this great experience. Santiago de Juegas La Bombocova. So with a little bit of music and fun, we are going to end up very high tonight. And thank you. And let's see if we are ready for the show. So we are all set. Round of applause. And now let's play some music.
Buenas noches, ¿cómo están? ¿Bien? Bueno, me alegro. Mi nombre es Santiago Comín, soy percusionista. No toco solamente tachos, toco otras cosas varias y me dedico también a hacer contenidos para plataformas pedagógicas, contenidos pedagógicos para plataformas educativas. Y bueno, nos invitaron acá y estamos muy contentos y traje algunos juegos, porque en esas plataformas, una de ellas se llama Juegos de Ritmo, acá la tenemos, somos de la compañía La Bombocoba, y les quería proponer, a ver, todos ya tienen palos, pero qué eficientes, qué bueno. Entonces les voy a proponer así una cosa, a ver, necesito que alguien me ayude. ¿Vos me ayudarías? No, vos. Sí, vení. ¿No? ¿Vos? ¿Vos venís? ¡Qué genio! Pero a ver, ¿cómo subís? ¿Te ayudo? ¿Te animás? Bueno, dale, te espero. ¿Y todo el mundo tiene palos? ¿Sí? Buenísimo, a ver. Miren, vamos a hacer así. ¿Todo el mundo tiene 2 palos? Bien, vamos a empezar usando 1. Y la consigna es, levanta un palo. Y busco con ese palo a la persona más cercana que tenga. Ajá. Y si no, eso, nosotros somos nosotros. Ahí está. Y con un solo palo, ¿cómo es tu nombre? Daniela. ¿Uno para vos, uno para mí? No, uno solo. No importa, el otro lo tenemos en la mano, mira. Pon el palo acá. Ahí está. Vamos a ponernos en parejas. Ahí se juntaron, ¿sí? ¿Todo el mundo tiene otra persona? Si no lo conocen, no importa, ¿eh? Mira, él está medio solo. Allá hay pareja. A ver, alguien que esté solo. Allá, mira. Ahí tienen para machar. Ahí va. Un dedo y un dedo, a ver. Ahí va. Vení, acompáñame. ¿Y se pueden poner de pie? A ver. Ahí está. A ver. ¿Sale? Si se cae no pasa nada. Hace un poco de ruido y lo levantamos. ¿Sí? A ver, ¿podemos subir? Ahí está. ¿Podemos bajar? Está complicado. Ahí está. Y bajamos. Que no se caiga. Ahí está. Y ahora para arriba de nuevo. Bien. Y a ver si lo hacemos con la música. ¿Tenemos esto acá? ¿Llega? Ahí va. Entonces, vamos siguiendo, a ver. Vamos para abajo, juntos. Para un lado, para atrás o para adelante. Nosotros vamos para adelante. Ahora vení para atrás. Eso. Un poquito para arriba de nuevo. Un poquito más bajo puede ser también. Ahí está. Y ahora con el otro palo, la otra mano. Ahí va. Eso. Y ahora abrimos los brazos. Ahí está. Y ahora giramos. ¿Te animás? Para acá, mira. Así. Giramos. Bajamos. Ahí va. Eso es. Abrimos de nuevo. Y vamos para arriba. Levanto un pie. ¿Puedo levantar un pie? Ah, cuánto equilibrio, ¿no? Cuidado la grada, ¿eh? El otro pie. Eso. Y ahora escucho el movimiento de la otra persona. A ver qué me sugiere y yo lo sigo. Costado, dice. A ver. Y giramos la cabeza para abajo. Eso. Cada uno improvisa el movimiento que quiere. Puede ser uno para arriba, otro para abajo. Otro para abajo y otro para arriba. Y si escuchan la música, miren. Los pies pueden hacer así como la música. Pum, pum. A ver. Pum, pum. Y pum, pum. Eso, más fuerte, a ver. Pum, pum. Bajo, levanto los brazos y pum, pum. Arriba y pum, pum. Eso. Pum, pum. Uno más. Y pum, pum. Muy bien. Un pequeño aplauso de palitos para usted. Muchas gracias. Ven, quédate acá conmigo. Venga, ahora nos agarramos de la mano. A ver, miren, yo la agarré a ella de una. Así. Yo les canto un poquito. Y ustedes repiten conmigo. A ver. Sí. Dam, dam, dem, dem, dim, dim, dom, dum. A ver ustedes. Dam, dam, dem, dem, dim, dim, dom, dum. Dam, dam, dem, dem, dim, dim, dom, dum. Dam, dam, dem, dem, dim, dim, dom, dum. Wanile, wanile, oh wa, oh wa. 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 Muy bien, muchas gracias. Y ahora les cuento una cosita que tiene que ver un poco con toda esta actividad que estuvieron hoy acá charlando. Yo, como les conté, soy percusionista, soy músico, Y una particularidad que tengo es que estudié y viajé por muchos países, por suerte. Y siempre fui un poco nómade. Estudié en Brasil mucho tiempo, estudié en Uruguay, estudié en Perú, estudié en Cuba, en Estados Unidos, en Senegal, en España. Y bueno, siempre pensé que estando afuera, volvía para acá a trabajar y me iba a estudiar y volvía y así. Y siempre pensé que Buenos Aires era una ciudad increíble en realidad para venir a vivir siendo de afuera. ¿Por qué? Porque Buenos Aires, claro, musicalmente, que era mi situación, la identificamos todos con el tango. Pero Buenos Aires es muy rockera, ¿o no? Y Buenos Aires es cumbiera, ¿no? Todo el mundo le guste más o menos en una fiesta que baila, ¿no? Y en Buenos Aires, ¿qué más? Hay peñas folclóricas. Bueno, ¿y qué más? Teatros, ópera, jazz, salsa, de todo, de respecto a la música. Y yo decía, bueno, la onda es venirse para acá. Y muchos amigos que hacía por otros lados, quizás, como contaba alguna una chica española, le costaba convencer a venir a Buenos Aires. Y la verdad es que yo creo que es la experiencia. Porque obviamente hablo de la música, pero obviamente la música es conciertos, es fiestas, es cultura general, comida, encuentros, gente. Así que bueno, nada, estoy súper contento de estar acá compartiendo eso. Les quería contar mi experiencia. Y de todos esos viajes fuimos armando muchos juegos. Y este que les quiero presentar ahora para despedirnos es un juego que está basado en una danza de la capoeira que se llama maculelé. Y es muy divertido, es con 2 palos. Mira, acá tengo para vos. Vos también, sí, sí. No es una danza, en realidad son movimientos. Vení para acá, vamos a hacerlo acá si nos miran. ¿Todo el mundo tiene 2 palos? ¿Y quién se sentó? No, para arriba, para arriba.
Who sat down? How dare you? You've been sitting all afternoon. Now we're going to learn this movement. Right foot, one time ahead. 1, 2, 3. Yes, you come here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. You follow like this. I will turn my back to them. 1, 2, 3. There. Come here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Now, when I go to the front, I raise one of the sticks, and with the other I hit it. Oh, it's easy, not so difficult. There, okay, pay attention because you might fall. Movement number 1, easy. Number 2, 4 times. Right, tuck. 1, 2, 3, and to the left. Well, they're left. 1, 2, 3, right. 1, 2, 3, left. 1, 2, 3, right. So if I have some back pain, I can do it like this. But this is more for retirees. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we are linking the first one with the second. 1, 2, 3. Head. 1, 2, 3. 1. There. One more. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. 1. 1. Perfect. Next. Ahead. Turn. Back. Ahead. Turn. Back. Very easy. It can be dizzying. Okay, I play some music and we try. Yeah, you'll be warm. Step ahead. 1. There. Up. To the right. If you dare, jump. Back. Front. Jump, 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 jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. So, what do you think? I think you could remove your warm clothes. Okay, one more and then we say goodbye? No, 2 more. And then goodbye. Okay, she's removing the handbag, everything. Okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, Well, head. One more. To the right, jump. 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 And now, ahead, back, ahead, back, head. Very well. Those of you at the front and those who want to come down, can we try it this way? First step, same movement. First step, arms up. Always the same. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. And now to the right. Hit. 1, 3, 4. Left. Hit. Hit. And the other hand. Yeah, I need to switch hands because I'm working with a partner. Okay. Right hand. 2, 3, 4. The other hand. Hit. 1, 2, 3. Right. 1, 2, 3. The other hand. 1, 2, 3. And now I hit. I go. Hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The same but in couples. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's a game. Nothing happens if you fail. 1, 2, 3. And now, yeah, to the floor, to the floor. Head to the floor. Head, back, head, back, head. Jump, 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 jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's it. Very well. This is a musical greeting. Thank you very much.
Me dijeron que anuncie que hay un cóctel.
I was told you to let you know that there is a cocktail, so don't go anywhere. See you there. Thank you very much.